422 fights, 2 Olympic gold medals, and titles in 3 pro divisions, Vasiliy Lomachenko is an underdog. It's said that the big man beats the smaller one, and that the Grandmaster must be vanquished by a young prodigy. Now, will it be Devin Haney, who apprenticed in buckets of blood south of the border, who's younger now than when Loma debuted as a pro, but already holds that which has long eluded his rival, all 4 belts? Haney says he wants to beat you up and send you into retirement.
Haney said. It's just words. I don't like it talking too much.
Despite their differences, they're each what their fathers envisioned. Products of a meticulously plotted course that brought them here, the undisputed title in boxing's hottest division. They've each survived the trials and the treacheries. Now, who will survive the other?
When it comes to boxing, there is no bigger stage than Las Vegas, Nevada, as we are at the MGM Grand Garden Arena for one of the biggest nights in boxing this year. We've got 5 fantastic fights tonight, including our main event between Devin Haney and Vasiliy Lomachenko. Nico Ali Walsh against Danny Rosenberger starts things off. The WBO Junior Bantamweight World title is up for grabs between Andrew Maloney and Junto Nakatani. And then Raymond Morataya, he steps up in a 10-round lightweight bout against Jeremiah Nakatila. Oscar Valdez and Adam Blunos Lopez in a rematch from a fantastic fight a couple of years ago. And of course, the undisputed lightweight championship is on the line tonight as undefeated Devin Haney takes on the legend Vasiliy Lomachenko. Nico Ali Walsh, the 22-year-old grandson and undefeated prospect of Muhammad Ali, steps into the ring as we are ready to start our coverage from Las Vegas, Nevada. You see Nico there, 5 wins by way of knockout. Just a year and change as a professional, taking on the much older Danny Rosenberger, 13-9-4 out of Youngstown, Ohio. Alongside former world champ Chris Algieri, I'm Eric Rothman. Happy to be here with you. As I mentioned, 5 fantastic fights on the card. It'll be a jam-packed, sellout crowd here at the MGM Garden Arena, and we are expecting, Chris, fireworks in the main event.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a massive fight with huge implications for the lightweight division. You know, whenever we have an undisputed fight, it's a big deal, and it's good for boxing.
Danny Rosenberger, the biggest night of his professional career, trying to get rid of the 0 losses that are currently on Nico Ali Walsh's record. And this is going to be a bit of a step up for Nico Ali Walsh. He's only been a professional for a little over a year. Rosenberger, Chris, doesn't have the record, but has the experience.
No, you got to look past the numbers when you look at a guy like Rosenberger. He has a lot more experience than Nico Ali Walsh. Yeah, listen, he can fight a little bit too. I mean, he's going to bring some difficulties for Walsh to deal with. Here we're taking a look at Walsh's last fight. Here you see that beautiful left hook over the top, the right hand. As we watch Nico Walsh develop, you're seeing more of his weapons, more of his skills, more of his talent start to come out. He had a good fight his last fight. A stiff test his last couple fights. He's had to go the distance 2 fights in a row. I'm sure he wants to get the stop tonight. Let's see if he can do it against the slickster in Rosenberger.
That last fight was in February in Arizona. 6-round unanimous decision win over Eduardo Ayala. And Danny Feelgood Hollywood Rosenberger out of Youngstown, Ohio, the home of former world champ Kelly Pavlik. Although only a 13-9-4 record, he's been a pro for 7 years, comes from a fighting family. His father, Rusty, was a professional professional cruiserweight fighter who retired in the early 90s. He's not going to be intimidated by the fighter across the ring, although this is a much bigger stage than anything he's been used to in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, he's got it in his roots and in his blood. He's a talented guy. He's got a certain skill set. I don't think the lights are really going to affect him. He's going to go out there and try and get the win.
Nico Ali Walsh has a crack staff in his corner, anchored by trainer Kay Karoma. And of course, he's got the lineage as well, the grandson of the greatest boxer of all time, Muhammad Ali. Yesterday at the weigh-in for this 160-pound contest, Rosenberger in fantastic shape. Walsh as well, both coming under the limit, and it's going to be a war, I think, compared to what Ali Walsh has seen in his first 8 fights as a professional.
Yeah, Rosenberger, like we said, this is a step-up fight. He is a little bit of a smaller guy, but he's only been stopped one time in his pro career. And like I said, he's got a little slickness to him. His defensive prowess is pretty decent, and he's got a pretty wild offense too. He throws big bombs from weird angles. So it should be something for Nico to figure out.
Mark Chinook is in the ring with the introductions.
Gentlemen, introducing first out of the blue corner. He weighed in at 158 pounds, wearing black trunks with gold trim. His record, 13 victories with 9 defeats, 4 draws, 4 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Youngstown, Ohio, Danny Feel-Good Hollywood Rosenberger. Introducing out of the red corner, he weighed in at 158.4 pounds, wearing silver trunks with black trim. His record is perfect. 8 fights, 8 victories, 5 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Las Vegas, Nevada, the legend lives on, Nico Ali Walsh.
Okay, man, you know the rules. Give me a good, clean fight. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Touch them up. Good luck to both of you.
Mike Ortega, the third man in the ring for our opening bout here on our coverage from MGM Grand Garden Arena. And Chris, what are you looking for in the 9th fight of Nico Ali Walsh's career?
Yeah, I want to see how he deals with someone who's got some kind of slick, cutie skills, as we like to call him. Rosenberger's definitely a cutie. He fights out of a kind of a peekaboo style, gets low like that. He's got a shifty defense. He's okay with circling, moving, and landing when he can. But when he takes his opportunities, when he sees his opportunities, he takes them.
8-round fight. That would be the longest that Nico Ali Walsh has gone in his career if it goes the distance. Any concern there about the length of the fight if it gets there?
It could be because of the experience level of Rosenberger, also because of that shifty defense. You miss with a lot of punches. The punches that you miss take a lot more energy than the ones you land.
A couple good body shots there from Nico Ali Walsh. Rosenberger countered up top with a combo of his own. Rosenberger, as I mentioned, from Youngstown, Ohio, a gritty town in northern Ohio, home of Kelly Pavlik. And not only is Rosenberger a professional boxer, but his day job working in construction. He's up on the scaffolding all day. These fighters from Youngstown tend to have a bit of a chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, they're hard-working folk. You mentioned Kelly the Ghost Pavlik. He's a good friend of mine that I speak to regularly. Definitely a different style in Rosenberger than the Ghost.
Yeah.
Kelly was a two-fisted destroyer. Rosenberger much more of a slick guy.
I think one of the most interesting things to come out of the fighter meetings yesterday is Rosenberger told us that Kelly Pavlik is a bodybuilder now.
Yeah, he's
230 pounds.
Yeah, he's a heavyweight now. He likes to power lift. He's put on quite a bit of size.
That's fantastic. Good.
I mean, he had the frame for it.
Yeah, always a tall guy. Yeah. Good right hand from Rosenberger, and they tie him on the inside. Does Rosenberger want to get in on the inside generally?
No, he's much more of an outside kind of guy. He likes the kind of shifty head movement like that, and although he ate one there. A lot of lateral movement, and then he throws in combinations when he does stop, but for the most part, he's a mover.
Minutes ago in round number 1, scheduled for 8 rounds. Leading up to the undisputed lightweight championship fight between Devin Haney, and that's a nice stiff left hand coming across from Rosenberger, and that'll wake Walsh up.
That's actually one of the best punches in Rosenberger's arsenal. He throws a kind of a throwaway right hand and then comes back with a hard power jab. I saw that in quite a few of the tapes that I watched on him.
Let him out. Let him out. There you go. Step back. Box.
Vasiliy Walsh, the taller of the two fighters, good frame for 160 pounds. You see, as Chris mentioned, Rosenberger in that crouch, making the target even smaller, especially when he's moving around the outside of the ring like he's done the majority of this first round.
Yeah, he's a smaller guy. He used to actually campaign in the mid-140s for a bunch of New York guys I remember from a bunch of years ago. Now campaigning at close to middleweight.
Rosenberger and Ali Walsh through one round, and so Vasiliy Lomachenko and Devin Haney set to do battle in a sold-out crowd here at the MGM Grand Garden Arena. Chris, in just a couple of hours, what are you looking for in that fight, and how do you see it going into the Undisputed Championship bout?
I mean, I see it a number of different ways. It's hard to make definitive calls when you got guys at this level and at this stage of their career. You know, all week I've been leaning towards Haney, but after the push heard around the world yesterday, it kind of makes you rethink things about where the mindset of Devin Haney's at, and also where the mindset of Lomachenko is coming to this fight. It seems that he does have a chip on his shoulder and maybe getting underneath the skin of Devin Haney. We'll see what happens, though, once the bell rings.
You can very much tell that Haney has been thinking and dreaming of Lomachenko for years, and maybe that spilled over a little bit yesterday into the shove at the weigh-in. As we move to round number 2 between Ali Walsh and Danny Rosenberger. As Walsh trying to stick out that left jab, find the distance. Now I have to imagine, Chris, with a name like Ali and the lineage that Ali Walsh has, it's not easy to go into the ring with such high expectations every single time out.
Yeah, it's tough, but I mean, he's risen to the challenge thus far. Top Rank is the best at building prospects, and I think they're doing a really good job with Ali Walsh so far. Stepping up little by little. This is another test, but one that's within reach.
You wait. Be first. See, wait for
Anything you're seeing missing from Ali Walsh through a round and change here?
No, so far so good. I like that he's utilizing basic fundamentals. That's how you beat a guy who's shifty like that. Listen, the fundamentals work from the beginning all the way to the top of the sport. He's doing them quite well right now, getting on the jab, following with the right hands, and cleaning up with the left hook. So no complaints from me thus far.
That seemed to be the knock on Ali Walsh's first couple of fights, was that he wasn't as fundamentally sound. And you could tell just by listening to him in interviews, talking, he's very disciplined, and he is very much committed to getting better as a boxer, not just as a name, not just as a puncher.
Well, you mentioned his team, who he has behind him. He's obviously an apt pupil, and he's getting better each time out. Nice double jab there from Ali Walsh. Nice right hand down to cut off the mover.
Pressure
good
from Ali Walsh. Wild swing and a miss from Rosenberger, and Ali Walsh caught him with a couple punches in the corner.
But that's the thing about Rosenberger. He's unpredictable. He throws punches from strange angles. He stops in a diamond fires. Those kind of shifty guys can be difficult to find.
Rosenberger trying to go down to the body. Had that one big left hand in the opening round did Rosenberger, but not much since then.
He has done better defensively, though. In the first minute of the first round, he was getting hit with clean jabs and hard right hands. Since then, he's kind of found his rhythm, or at least found the rhythm of Ali Walsh. Hasn't been hit with too many big shots.
Under 45 seconds to go here in round number 2. Ali Walsh, who resides here in Las Vegas, Nevada. You can see the Las Vegas Raiders logo and the colors on his trunks here tonight. Still weird to say the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, it doesn't roll off the tongue quite the same. Not yet.
About to be the Las Vegas Athletics as well. It's everybody from Oakland apparently migrating to Las Vegas, just like Devin Haney did as a child.
Hey, I did it too, and I was coming up. I moved out here for a while. The desert wasn't for me, but I feel like we all end up going out here at some point. Fighters, that is.
End of 2 rounds between Ali Walsh and Danny Rosenberger. And we talked a little bit, Chris, about the corner and the staff behind Nico Ali Walsh's preparation. One thing he really hit on in the fighter meetings yesterday was Jamie Belt, his new conditioning coach, really saying, listen, this guy broke me down during this camp, really got me focused on my body, focused on conditioning in the lead up to a sport. You are somebody who is very keen on how you prepare, how fighters prepare in a healthy manner. What did you think when you heard those comments in the fighter meetings yesterday?
Well, it makes sense. He's stepping up to his first 8-rounder, but also Nico Ali Walsh, similar to myself in coming into the sport, kind of late in life, you kind of have to learn on the go, and being in better shape always helps. You learn faster, you can learn more in each session, and also when you're stepping up in class, you've got that extra gas tank, or that third lung, so to speak, that you can dig on what you learned in training and bring it to fight night.
And there's always different strokes for different folks. You got Vasiliy Lomachenko, had 300 amateur fights, and you got guys like Ali Walsh, who basically didn't have an amateur background before turning pro, and everybody comes at it a little bit differently. Nice jab there from Rosenberger to start round number 3.
Yeah, he does have a sharp jab. Like I said, he throws it from that kind of down position. He's got that left hand lies low. He's got that shifty defense. He stays low. A lot of lateral movement.
Walsh has been focused on the jab, comes through with a straight right to the body behind the jab.
Nice jab again there from Rosenberger.
Ooh, good uppercut. Split the guard there for Rosenberger.
Stay off his neck.
So far, Rosenberger has been able to match pretty much everything that Ali Walsh has thrown at him.
Yeah, he's given a good account of himself early on. Nico Ali Walsh is still controlling the center of the ring. He's landing the more effective punches, but Rosenberger's in there for sure. Ooh, good right hand there from Walsh.
Nico Ali Walsh really establishing the jab. 14 for 57 in the jab department so far for Ali Walsh. 4 for 34 jabs for Danny Rosenberger.
Nico needs to be careful. Rosenberger's starting to time that jab. As you were speaking about it, he threw a right hand right over the top, and there's another uppercut. He's starting to time the rushes from Ali Walsh. That just comes with experience.
And what can you do if you're Ali Walsh to negate that timing?
Feint. Okay. Feint that first move. Get him to bite first like that, and then fire. See, there's that right hand trying to time that jab over the top. Nice. Good change up there. Instead of leading with the jab, he led with the right hand, came back with the jab. Good change up from Walsh, Ali Walsh.
As this fight goes on too, Chris, I mean, Nico Ali Walsh really hasn't moved more than 4 feet in a semicircle through 3 rounds here. And Rosenberger has traversed the entire exterior of the ring.
Yeah, Rosenberger, he gets the steps in when he fights. From all the videos I watch, he's a mover. And Ali Walsh did a good job controlling the center of the ring, using that long jab, using his size advantage. He's a bigger man. You can see him in there. Even when they're getting close, he's more physical. He's able to move him around.
Oof. Good defense by Rosenberger as Ali Walsh was trying to pressure him into the corner once again.
And that's that slickness I was speaking about. Nice adjustment there from Nico. He's starting to jab the shoulder of the shifty Rosenberger. That's smart. The shoulder there it is again. Doesn't move as much as the head. Pin your man down.
Rashida Ali, the mother of Nico Ali Walsh, in attendance as always. We have seen her at all of his 8 fights so far. And check into the locker room for a look at Andrew Maloney, who is taking on Junto Nakatani for the vacant WBO Junior Bantamweight World title in our next fight. And Maloney, who is 1 week removed from his brother Jason winning a world title in Stockton, California, would be the second Maloney brother this month to win a world title if you were able to take down the former world champ Nakatani.
The Maloney brothers are 2 of my favorite Australians around. It would be awesome to see both of them as world champions together. What an amazing accomplishment for their family. But he's got a very, very tough challenge in front of him. I mean, Nakatani is a very special young man.
Juto in his second fight at 115 pounds, but was a world champion, excuse me, at a lesser weight. Moving up, opportunity here to fight on American soil against Andrew Maloney in the fight coming up after this one. Only 11 landed punches, according to CompuBox numbers, for Danny Rosenberger so far, Chris.
Yeah, not very offensive tonight. And even when I've watched, that's not really his thing. Like I said, he's more of a slickster, more of a cutie. Ooh, big left hook there from Nico.
Rosenberger tried and missed with that uppercut, and then Ali Walsh caught him and clipped him with the left hook.
There are opportunities for Ali Walsh to take advantage of Rosenberger. He fights from a low position, but a lot of times as he's moving out, he'll pick his head up, which is why he was able to get hit so cleanly with that left hook.
Overhand right from Rosenberger, but a lot of times that he's landing these punches, he's moving backwards and not a ton of power behind him.
Yeah, he doesn't have his feet underneath him, so he's not generating a lot of power, especially as the rounds go on. Body jab there from Rosenberger. Ali Walsh needs to be careful not to crowd himself when he does get in. That was better. A little bit of space, we can rip those body shots. Nice work
with the body shot, Chris.
Very good work with both hands to the body.
5 knockouts in 8 professional fights for Nico Ali Walsh.
See, now this is a little bit of the inexperience you're seeing from Nico. He's following his man around the ring rather than cutting him off and meeting him.
Rosenberger looks hurt.
Yeah, those body shots will take a lot out of you, especially if you're a mover.
Ooh, and now sitting against the ropes, taking punishment from Nico Ali Walsh.
And there's one of those looping shots from Rosenberger, and a good jab.
Lost his mouthpiece, did Rosenberger. 45 seconds to go here in round number 4. Gets his legs a little bit back under him, and goes in with a nice uppercut. Mike Ortega, the referee, taking a moment to get the mouthpiece back in.
Best round of the fight for Nico so far. Actually was able to do some damage, especially to the body of Rosenberger.
Rosenberger's going for the home runs. Nico Ali Walsh staying patient, waiting for his spots. He's been very meticulous here through nearly 4 rounds.
Yeah, I was speaking about the fundamentals earlier, and I think Nico's doing that well.
Watch your elbow coming back.
Danny, get your fucking head out of your ass, all right?
Danny Rosenberger got caught with a couple body shots in that 4th round, Chris, and he didn't seem to like it at all.
Yeah, no, Nico Ali Walsh, he found his range. He was able to rip body shots on both sides. He has a couple body shot knockouts in his career so far, does Walsh. But that was the most effective offensive round he's had so far. Here we see some of the work upstairs as well, where he caught Rosenberger on the ropes. Some of those shots just missed. I mentioned how Rosenberger tends to get too tall at times, but those shots just missed from Nico.
As you watch the progression of Nico Ali Walsh, I think the initial skepticism maybe from boxing fans was, well, you know, he's got a name. That's why he's getting this platform. That's why he's getting these opportunities. But we talk about the work ethic. That seems to be there. The question is, Chris, is the talent there to continue progressing?
Well, they weren't wrong. He was there because of the name, but he's doing his due diligence and putting in the work. Again, I'll bring it back to the team that he has around him. He's constructed a team around him so he can really maximize his potential, and obviously he's doing the work. So, I mean, what more can you ask of him?
So far, undefeated in 8 professional fights and seems very much in control here in his 9th against Danny Rosenberger as we move to the 5th of the scheduled 8-round fight.
Yeah, I think between sticking that jab to the shoulder, cutting off the ring, and attacking the body has been very effective tactics for Nico Ali Walsh thus far against Rosenberger.
And Nico Ali Walsh has been picking up the pace on the power punches as well, 23 for 62.
Good numbers.
Still, total punches landed from Rosenberger, just 15. He's thrown a lot, hasn't found a home. He did right there with the short right hook.
Yeah, that was a good right hand there. As Ali Walsh was coming in, but Ali came right back.
Keep touching, reset. Come on. There you go. Bring 1-1.
Yeah, that's what I mean about that distance where Ali Walsh is getting a little smothered on the inside.
The jab would help with that?
Yeah, the jab and kind of just using that stiff arm, using his size and his strength to post up on Rosenberger, keep him at his own distance.
And although only a few punches have landed for Rosenberger, the 10 power punches that have found a mark, it doesn't seem like have phased Nico Ali Walsh at all.
No, again, I mean, we spoke about how his feet are moving as he's punching. Not a lot of power on those shots, and also the size difference. You know, Nico's the bigger, stronger guy.
Ali Walsh, 6 feet, has about 2 inches on Danny Rosenberger, but the longer of the two fighters as well. And the crouch doesn't help when you're looking at the eye tests when it comes to height between the two fighters.
Yeah, Nico Ali Walsh, I think he's got a pretty good frame for a middleweight. He definitely has a little bit of room to fill out, which only comes with maturity. And like you said, you got that strength push now. Putting on some good weight.
He's still only 22 years old, so a lot of room to grow and a long career ahead of him if he chooses to keep with it.
That's a good point. I couldn't even grow a mustache when I was 23. So.
Well, you got a nice full beard. It's been a while since I've seen you. It look good.
Thank you. Yeah. Even though it's hot in Florida, I still like to rock the beard during the quote-unquote colder months.
As long as you're not going gray, it's okay.
No, I'm good. I still got my brown beard.
Rosenberger has found a little pep in his step here in the end of the 5th round.
That's one of the things about a guy when he's got more experience. You know, he knows he's got it in the tank. He's been there before. There's no question marks in Rosenberger's mind about his conditioning. Ooh, good shots there from Rosenberger.
Oh, good finish for Rosenberger here in the 5th.
Like that, where was that at? Let's go. Now you're having fun, huh? Yeah. Now you gonna go? Let's go.
Here we see more stalking from Nico Ali Walsh, trying to pin down the shifty movement of Rosenberger. Rosenberger signaling that he was hit behind the back there. Good jab there landed by Nico Ali Walsh. Once again, Rosenberger got tall when he pulled out of his defensive posture.
19 landed body shots for Nico Ali Walsh, although it hasn't been as consistent throwing those punches. That's where he found the success in that 3rd round. Is it more of a training or experience thing when you find something that's going right to stick with it?
It's an experience thing, but it's also your corner to remind you, hey, go back to remember when that worked, you got to get back to that. But then the fighter has to execute. They could be telling him all the right things in the corner, but if he's not doing it, then we're not going to see it.
See if he goes back to it here in the 6th round. Rosenberger has done a good job as he eats a straight left hand to start the round. He's done a good job of keeping up with Ali Walsh in terms of the pace and in terms of the ferocity, just hasn't been accurate and finding the landing spots he's been looking for.
No, I mean, you can tell Rosenberger is a capable guy. You know, even with 9 losses, he knows what he's doing in there. He's got experience. He's got some shifty moves. He's pretty slick with it. He feints well. He's got a decent little jab. He's got some unorthodox offense. So this is a perfect test for a guy like Nico Ali Walsh. And like you said earlier, Eric, it doesn't look like the shots are phasing Ali Walsh when he gets hit, so there's not a whole lot of danger.
Given that Ali Walsh has been pretty much in control since the beginning of this fight, are you okay with him not taking as many chances and going for those knockout punches?
I am, because, again, this guy is throwing some wild shots here and there. Nico is breaking him down and getting the round. I like young fighters to get rounds, especially someone who doesn't have the amateur background. You mentioned Lomachenko and his 396 wins as an amateur. You know, Nico Ali Walsh has, what, 0 amateur fights? So he needs these rounds. He needs the time in the ring.
Yeah. It's all about reps. Good body shot there as he goes back to what he found success in. And a great combination best combo of the fight for Danny Rosenberger.
Yeah, he's got a tricky uppercut. He splits the guard nicely with that shot, and that's because he fights out of that crouch position. A lot of times you're kind of looking over your shots, and then this guy comes up and pops you in the chin with an uppercut.
In baseball, they call it the launch angle, and that's what Danny Rosenberger has. He's got that low launch angle with the crouch.
Oh, I'm going to use that.
There you go.
Thanks, Eric.
No problem.
Double, triple jab there, falls short from Rosenberger. There's that timing overhand right.
You can see the times where Rosenberger has landed. You can almost instantly see the confidence he gets from it, and he starts to press forward.
Yep, there's that slip uppercut again. He's got a couple moves in there, this Rosenberger. And you're right, you see the confidence build. He hits you, he makes you miss a couple spots, and then he's feeling good.
Back to the jab for Nico Ali Walsh, keeping a good distance away from Rosenberger with 30 seconds to go here in round number 6. We got a dance-off happening? What's going on here, Chris?
A break dance fight.
Zoolander 3.
Could be a little frustration.
Oh, big punch from Rosenberger and some words behind it instead of punches. And Rosenberger and Ali Walsh nose to nose at the end of the 6th round.
Knock it off.
Goddamn right it is.
I got it.
Let's go. All right. Come here. So
Best round of the fight so far from Rosenberger. Here we see one of those last big shots at the end of the round we spoke about. His beautiful short right hand. You see him yelling about his hand to show everybody that he hit him. His confidence was building. We were talking about it the whole round. He found some success early in the round. Came out jabbing quite well. Finished the round with an exclamation point. That's the first round in the books on my scorecard for Danny Rosenberger.
Doing earmuffs is not working for me.
Okay. Now,
I feel too tight.
Okay, now give me some swag and work off of it. I need combinations. I need you to step your game up as well.
Okay.
2 and 3s.
I got
If I heard correctly there, Chris, I heard Nico say the earmuffs aren't working for me. What does that mean?
Yeah, so they want, because he's moving and he's a bigger man, they want him to cover up, put up the earmuffs, put his hands up high, and walk Rosenberger down. Apparently, he feels that that's not working for him, maybe because he's getting hit with some of those shots. He's not able to see the shots when they're coming. That's one of the things about earmuffs, is you kind of blind yourself a little bit. There it is again. Gets hit with that jab right through the middle of the guard.
And maybe it's the blindingness, because as you've been talking about, it's those sneaky, weird angle shots that Rosenberger has that you can't see coming.
Yeah, he cuts an angle from lateral movement, left or right. He changes levels up and down. He's had a 3D defense. He's up, down, in, and out. So, Rosenberger, we spoke about how shifty he can be, and we've seen that all night.
Yeah, credit to Rosenberger, too. He's kept it up. He hasn't gotten away from that. The conditioning is great. A guy that's not a full-time fighter, so to speak. He has a day job, so the effort and the focus that goes into his training has to be on point, and he's been in great shape now as we are a minute into round number 7.
Now, with a record of 13-9-2, you're basically a journeyman at that point. But these guys, when they get confidence, they can become very dangerous as the fight wears on. And we're seeing that now from Rosenberger, who had a great last round and come out confident again here. He's already landed a right hand and a jab. Nice feint. Yeah, Rosenberger is willing to take a lot more chances now.
It's where it was in the first, really, 5 rounds of a lot of swings and misses from Rosenberger. Now we've seen swings and misses from Nico Ali Walsh.
Yeah, I would be hard-pressed to think that Ali Walsh is outlanding Rosenberger the last 4 rounds.
We did not outland him in round number 6, that's for sure. When power punching stats for Rosenberger, 9 for 18, 2 for 3 for Nico Ali Walsh in the last round.
Not a busy round. There's that inside slip and jab from Rosenberger.
You're right, Chris. Danny Rosenberger has outlanded in the last 2 rounds, actually, the 4th and the 5th.
That's the way it felt.
Excuse me, 2 of the last 3, I should say.
That's the way it felt. Nice when the numbers match the feelings. Not always the case.
The comeback here from Danny Rosenberger the last 2 rounds. It seemed like Nico Ali Walsh was in control the first 4, but you never know. If Rosenberger sweeps the last 4, we could be looking at an interesting scorecard.
Yes, for sure. I mean, and I think part of it is that Nico Ali Walsh, he's gotten away from the things that were working. The cutting off the ring, the jamming the shoulder, the body work. We haven't seen any of that the last 2 rounds.
2 body shots landed in the last round. 1 body shot landed in the round before that for Ali Walsh, who finds some success on the ropes here towards the end of the 7th. Rosenberger wants to make it a street fight.
How you feel, baby? Last round. Yeah, let's go. Hey, good job, baby. Good job. You got to finish it now. Okay?
Here we see Nico Ali Walsh trying to finish the round strong from a round that was actually a very good round for Rosenberger. He did a good job there of cutting off the ring. He was walking Rosenberger into the left hook. He threw a 1-2 and then a left hook as Rosenberger got tall along the ropes. But Rosenberger came right back. He still has a lot of fire in his belly, and he showed it at the end of that round.
You know what to do, right?
8th and final round in this opening bout for our broadcast here at the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. Eric Rothman and former world champ Chris Algieri here with you. We've got 4 more fights, including the main event of the evening, the undisputed lightweight championship fight between Vasiliy Lomachenko and Devin Haney, coming up in a sold-out crowd here in Las Vegas.
Let's go right now.
Do you feel like this 8th round, Chris, is a round that Walsh needs to win to make it a decisive victory on the cards?
I do. I think for his development, I think for him to come out, because I see a little frustration in him. You know, we heard him in the corner. We saw him point to the ground to tell Rosenberg to stand and fight him. We heard in the corner after that round about what wasn't working. I would like to see him overcome that and come out here and put on a dominant 8th round. But in terms of scoring, it's not critical in my eyes.
Keep touching him. Keep touching him. Let your hands go. Keep touching him right there. Don't reset. Go. Come on, Danny. Let's go. There you go. Keep working. Keep working, Lee. That's all he got. Come on, work. Keep touching right there. Don't reset. Don't reset. Give it your all. Give it your all. Good. Work. Beat these under. Give it 2 under.
Back. Box.
Right there. Come on, Nick.
Going back to the jab, Nico Ali Walsh, and this is where he's found success. Anytime he's been able to stop Rosenberger from moving and sit his back on the ropes.
Yeah, especially when he has a little bit of distance between the 2 of them. He has the longer arms, keeping that distance, being able to land his power shots, getting full leverage on the shot. When he gets too close, Rosenberger's able to tie him up. He throws that uppercut quite well on the inside, and he's able to land some of those looping shots.
Minute and a half to go here in round number 8. Nico Ali Walsh looking to stay perfect in his young career against the journeyman Danny Rosenberger, who has acquitted himself nicely here on the biggest stage of his career.
Rosenberger's looking a little tired here in the 8th round, and Nico Walsh trying to put on some pressure. Nice shot there. Ooh, good body shot from Nico Ali Walsh.
1 minute to go for Rosenberger if he wants to make some fireworks happen.
Again, Ali Walsh, if he cut off that ring a little, swing and a miss there from Rosenberger. Ali Walsh just missed the left hook, but I was saying if he cut the ring off, he would save himself a lot of positioning, get himself in the better spot so he'd be able to actually hit Rosenberger and not be too close.
Good overhand right. Flips the face of Nico Ali Walsh. Not a ton of power behind it as Walsh was moving out of the way. To the body for Rosenberger. 20 more seconds to go. Nico Ali Walsh, 22-year-old grandson of Muhammad Ali. 8-0 in his young professional career so far, looking for win number 9. One of his toughest fights to date. A good scrap between Nico Ali Walsh and Danny Rosenberger comes to an end.
All right, guys, back to the corner.
Rosenberger all smiles as we go to the scorecards between these two. But these two, Chris, judging by your commentary throughout the fight, you thought it was a nice workmanlike effort for Nico Ali Walsh, but still plenty to work on.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a test, and we kind of spoke about that from the top with a fighter like Rosenberger. It's a different style than anything that Nico Ali Walsh has seen in the ring as a professional, and obviously hasn't seen much as an amateur. So this was a good test for him. Different style. He had to figure things out in there. He got hit with some shots.
Yeah.
Had to go the full 8-round distance for the very first time of his career. So a lot of milestones, a lot of tests that were passed tonight, but still, like you said, work to be done in the gym.
Good numbers for Nico Ali Walsh. 311 punches thrown. Landed a total of 24%, but landed 37% of his power punches and 36% of his body shots. So when he was consistent throwing to the body, that tended to be where most of the power shots came from, and he was able to find success when he could stop and position himself against the very mobile Danny Rosenberger.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it was a very good idea that he got a conditioning coach before this fight. His conditioning did actually hold up quite well in the 8th round. I thought he had a good performance, a good output rather. But Rosenberger also in great shape.
And we await the judges' scorecard from Mark Chinook.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds here inside the MGM Grand Garden Arena, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Lisa Giampa scores the bout 77-75 in favor of Rosenberger. Dave Moretti scores the bout 77-75 in favor of Ali Walsh. Glenn Feldman scores the bout 76-76, declaring this draw a split draw.
Wow. Split draw, Chris. Are you surprised?
I mean, I had it 78-76 for Ali Walsh. But, I mean, some of those rounds, I thought that Ali Walsh was able to pull it out toward the end of the round with his physicality. But, yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily agree, but it's it's a little surprising for my scorecard. But
I'm not sure I saw enough for a 2-round victory for Danny Rosenberger. I believe that was Lisa Giampa's card.
Yeah, I can see a majority win for Nico Ali Walsh. Yeah, a head for 2 rounds by Rosenberger, that would be tough for me.
So it has to be a disappointing finish for Nico Ali Walsh, who really, aside from the 5th and 6th rounds, seemed to be pretty much in control throughout.
Yeah, I had given the 2 rounds to Rosenberger. You said the 5th and 6th. 7 was close. I thought Ali Walsh closed it well. I thought that the 8th round was definitely a Nico Ali Walsh round, but there were punches being landed by Rosenberger as well, and a lot of swings and misses from Nico Ali Walsh. Then we see that big right hand that Rosenberger landed in round number 4.
So an interesting decision already. We're only 1 fight into our broadcast. Hopefully that is not a sign of things to come, but a very odd scorecard from one of the judges, at least here in this fight. It didn't seem to be that close, and it definitely didn't seem like, at least from our vantage point here ringside, that Rosenberger did enough to get a victory on a scorecard. But here we are with a split decision draw, and so Nico Ali Walsh, instead of smiles, maybe going back to the drawing board a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about how much more work needs to be done in the gym. We kind of saw that. But, he leaves tonight with a draw. He has a blemish on his record, but it's not a loss.
Not a loss. 8-0-1 in his professional career. Later on tonight, Vasiliy Lomachenko taking on Devin Haney in the undisputed lightweight championship of the world. Is it the time for Devin Haney to take the next step in his career, or the veteran Lomachenko? Does he still have enough in the tank to reclaim all of the belts he once had? Well, the question is not only what will happen, but how did we get here?
Devin Haney's 2022 was spent collecting all the lightweight jewels in Australia. First with a flawless, unanimous decision win last June when he outclassed then-champ George Kambosos. That was followed by easily repeating the outcome in a contractually obligated rematch last October. Meanwhile, that exact lightweight coronation script had been in Vasiliy Lomachenko's hand. But the war in Ukraine altered everything. A call to serve his country kept Loma away from the ring for over 300 days. And when he did return last fall, a more than ready Jermaine Ortiz gave Loma everything he could. After Loma's win, there stood Haney in the ring with him, noticeably bigger and inviting this mega fight. But natural size isn't the only difference. There's a stark contrast as to how they both acquired such world-class skill and status. While the 35-year-old Loma put together one of the most remarkable amateur resumes ever, 2 golds, nearly 400 wins, the 24-year-old Haney spurned the Olympic route. Instead, he turned pro when he was only 17 years old and fought early in Mexico. Loma's ride was fast-tracked with record-setting accomplishments, starting with a featherweight world title earned in just his 3rd pro fight and capped as a 3-weight division conqueror in only 12 fights. He gained a reputation for not just beating his opponents, but dismantling their will. No Lomachenko became the nickname. That same stage of Devin's career was more purposely managed, but it set the foundation for now long sustained success. Haney swept through Alfredo Santiago in 2019, Yuriorkis Gamboa in 2020, and faced late drama finding it against former champ Jorge Linares in 2021. Haney's undisputed and unblemished. Meanwhile, Loma's 2020 shocking loss to Teofimo Lopez, it still provides a chorus of question marks. And each man now will ask much of the other.
You get all the belts, you get back to the States, and then you went and did it again. Do you feel like you get that undisputed kind of respect where you walk on the street?
I think it's definitely was up for debate. You know, if I'm the guy in the weight class, if I'm the man, did I just be the guy that got lucky and upset Tio? That's why this fight is so important to me, because Loma is the guy that everyone chose. They said he was pound for pound #1. He was the greatest since Ali. So now I get the chance to really prove that, no, I'm that guy.
Haney's pulling out everything. He looking sweet. You're seeing the young master at work. That's what you're seeing right now.
You beat Vasiliy Lomachenko. What does that do for your legacy?
It does everything. It solidifies me. Loma is a future Hall of Famer. So with a Hall of Famer under my resume is everything where I'm at in my career. And I don't want to go in there and just win. I really want to show how dominant I am, how much better I am than him.
The gauntlet has been dropped.
Is this lightweight? No, it's heavyweight.
In the ring, I'll show you.
Vasiliy, he's longer, he's bigger, and he's younger. What are your advantages?
I have a big experience in this sport. He's 24. So when he born, I was trained 10 years. Maybe it's helped me.
When was the last time you were an underdog?
I believe with Gary Russell, it motivated me. It's good because now I'm underdog and I'm not losing anything. I have 2 losses. He has 0. So it's a big pressure for him.
What impresses you most about Devin Haney?
It's very hard to impress me, but he has a very hard style. After his punch, then he do a punch. After that, he always hold. It's only about size. If he was the same size like me, the same reach, it will be more easily than what we have.
You asked for it.
But I understand it. You know, it's my choice.
Loma wants to, make the fight as dirty as possible. He is a dirty fighter.
Haney says, there's nothing Loma can do better than me. I'm better than him in every aspect. Your reaction?
It's just words. We're not running together. We're not jumping together. We're not punching together. How do you know?
Haney says he wants to beat you up and send you into retirement.
Haney said, Haney said, Haney said. I don't like it talking too much. Very hard to prove your words. I want to give all of myself on this fight because it's the last chance to be undisputed.
This is it. This is your last chance to be undisputed.
For me, yes. Yes, it's the last chance.
Vasiliy Lomachenko looking to become the undisputed lightweight champion of the world. His fight coming up in just a little bit.
And gentlemen, welcome
and we're ready for our next fight, the introductions of the fighters in the ring.
Here in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. This is boxing. This is Top Rank. Presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum. Brought to you this evening by Boost Mobile Money is Power. By AutoZone, Get in the Zone. By Bud Light, the official beer of celebrations. By C4, energy that kicks. And by DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the app today. This bout is scheduled for 12 rounds for the vacant WBO Junior Bantamweight Championship of the World. Our judges at ringside, Max DeLuca, Patricia Morse-Jarman, and Benoit Hussein. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Mark Nelson. Introducing first, out of the blue corner, presented in association with Taken Promotions. He weighed in at 114.6 pounds, wearing gold trunks with white trim. His record, perfect. 24 fights, 24 wins, 18 of those victories coming by way of knockout. He is a former WBO flyweight world champion. He is the WBO #1 junior bantamweight contender. Please welcome from Sagamihara, Japan, Junto Nakatani. Introducing out of the red corner. He weighed in at 114.5 pounds, wearing white trunks with black and gold trim. His record, 25 victories with 2 defeats. 16 of those victories coming by way of knockout. He is the former junior bantamweight world champion. He is the WBO #2 junior bantamweight contender. From Melbourne, Australia, Andrew Maloney!
Tell the tape between Maloney and Nakatani for our vacant WBO junior bantamweight title fight. The 32-year-old Maloney, 5'5", 2 inches smaller than Nakatani, and you see the reach, a 2-inch advantage as well for Nakatani. The third man in the ring for this bout is Mark Nelson.
Expect a good, clean fight. Obey my commands and protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck.
So, Chris, both of these fighters, former world champions. Nakatani in his second fight in this weight class since vacating his title at the class below this one. Of course, we saw the great trilogy between Andrew Maloney and Joshua Franco over the past couple of years. How do you see this fight shaping up?
You know, this is a very interesting matchup. You know, like I said, Nakatani moving up, but still the taller, longer man. Looks to be the bigger man tonight as well. But, I mean, Maloney, he's riding off of his brother's victory a couple weeks ago. So, I mean, he's got to be bringing his all tonight. On top of that, he's very, very talented. This is a pick-em fight in my eyes.
Andrew's brother Jason won the WBO bantamweight belt on May 13th in Stockton. Jason is here in the corner for Andrew in his title opportunity here in Las Vegas. Junto Nakatani, the #1 WBO ranked bantamweight fighter, also in the top 10 according to ESPN in that division as well. He's 3-0 with 3 knockouts in world championship fights in his career. He's the former WBO flyweight champion, but you're right, he's big as a flyweight, he's big as a bantamweight, even bigger as a flyweight.
Yeah, no, he looks good at this weight, and you see, you know, he's got that stance. I call it a praying mantis stance. He keeps his feet very long, very wide, posts that right jab out as a long rangefinder, and he comes with that very sharp left hand over the top.
Stop! Don't punch. Be careful.
I'm curious to see what his power is going to be like at this weight class.
I should say junior bantamweight for this weight class, and he has one fight at this weight under his belt. That came in November in his home country of Japan. He won a 10-round unanimous decision against former title holder Francisco Rodriguez.
Very sharp left hands from Nakatani early here in round number 1. 2 to the head, 1 to the body. Very, very precise.
Andrew Maloney, 32 years old, 25-2 is the record with 1 no decision that came in the trilogy against Franco. Nice left hook coming in on the counter from Nakatani, lands on the chin of Maloney.
Maloney's having trouble closing the distance. He's staying in that middle distance range where he's at a big deficit in terms of the length and the power. Nakatani has a lot of strength in the end of his punches when he can get his leverage.
It's always remarkable to me, Chris, how much of a difference 2 inches can make in boxing.
Well, I always say when it comes to punching power, 2 inches is the difference between a landed punch and a KO punch. Oh, good body shot there on the inside from Nakatani. Very sneaky.
Good opening round for Junto Nakatani. To win a belt in another weight class.
Maloney trying to make it physical. Sorry, Ray.
Oh, it's okay. I was also saying trying to make a name for himself here in America as well. Big platform for him. This fight being broadcast on linear TV on ESPN here in the States. And to our worldwide audience that we're broadcasting to as Nakatani goes down to the belt line and lands.
Very deep. Going to take a couple of rounds to slow him down. Right.
Good opening round for Junto Nakatani.
Yeah, he looked very, very sharp out there. Maloney was having a lot of trouble closing the distance, getting past that middle distance range where Nakatani is so dangerous. He was landing shots to the head and to the body towards the end of the round. That is not good for Maloney if he's getting hit upstairs and downstairs this early.
And Nakatani has a very experienced trainer in Rudy Hernandez in his corner.
Yeah, I like that matchup. I like what Rudy can bring. If he's trying to be a star here in the States, it's good to have a trainer who has that much experience over here.
Good.
And obviously, it's only his second fight, Nakatani, at this weight class, but they wouldn't put him up against a guy like Maloney for a title fight if they didn't know that he had the goods.
Oh, yeah, I don't think there's any question about Nakatani's skill set and how good he really is. But, you know, Jason Maloney is no easy out for anybody and is world-class level for sure. Oof, man. Nakatani's precision tonight is very impressive.
Forcing Andrew Maloney to go much more defensive, and he's just chasing Nakatani. Hasn't landed anything.
I know, we keep talking about the size. Nakatani looks like a full-blown bantamweight in there tonight. Tall, long, strong.
Good shot to the body with the left hand on that replay there.
Yeah, he's been throwing some sneaky body shots, too. Ooh, that lead uppercut. That's the second one landed this round.
Almost similar to what we saw in the last fight with Nico Ali Walsh fighting with that blinder defense. He's just not seeing Maloney. Those uppercuts, and that one lands for a knockdown here in round number 2.
It was that right uppercut again. That sneaky shot that we just couldn't see.
Hey, ready? Come here. Give me your gloves.
What does Maloney need to do to adjust?
You know, he was trying so hard to get in the first round, but Nakatani's power just seems to be on a different level.
And Nakatani's going after him here now, midway through round number 2. The uppercuts continue.
Yeah, at this point, Maloney really just has to go for broke. I mean, he's getting chewed apart on the outside.
Let go, guys. Come on.
Mark Nelson, the referee, has his money's worth as well, getting in as Maloney tries to get in on the inside, and now Nakatani goes to the body with the sweeping right hook.
Maloney needs to be punching with Nakatani now, not just covering up, because all those shots are getting through.
And Maloney looks battered here with still a minute 20 to go in round number 2.
Shot again. Man, Maloney is tough. He got hit with a very clean left hook right to the liver.
Nakatani landing at will. 10 of 33 power punches already here in round number 2.
Yeah, he just can't miss. The precision has been on another level.
Maybe that's what Maloney needs more of, a little bully ball.
He's got blood over the eye of Maloney. The right eye, it looks like.
Yeah. Tough to see how severe the cut is, but it's definitely visible.
Oof. Some blood over the eye of Nakatani, too. Not sure if that's from Maloney or if he is cut as well.
The left eye of Nakatani.
Oh, there's that body shot. That thing is sneaky and, oh, he can't miss.
Nakatani absolutely surgical here in this second round.
His punch selection is absolutely beautiful.
Maloney's only choice so far has been to get physical.
Yeah, exactly, and it's not working either because Nakatani's physically strong.
Beautiful round from Junto Nakatani here in the second. Junto Nakatani in just his second fight at this weight class at junior bantamweight, handing it to Andrew Maloney through 2 rounds.
I do believe that Nakatani is cut over that left eye. See Rudy Hernandez working on it. Rudy, who's excellent, actually an excellent cut man as well.
Yeah, side to side, but have to move.
And there's the cut on the right eye of Andrew Maloney. So they were both cut. That's the answer to the question as to where the blood was coming from.
Left of Nakatani, right of Maloney. Here we see that knockdown. It's that beautiful, tricky right uppercut. He comes over the top with the, or up and under with the left hand twice, doubles up the uppercut over the top, and then comes up and under again with the right. Beautiful combination, over the top with the left, up with the right, and it's just that shot that you can't see, that lead uppercut that's been landing all night long.
And even more impressive was he was going backwards as he was doing it.
Yeah, he's got such long legs and such a wide stance that coming and going, you call that fade. He's got fade in and out. He still has power because of that wide base.
We'll see if Andrew Maloney has any type of answer here in this third round. The vacant WBO junior bantamweight title on the line, and the uppercuts continue to pepper the jaw of Andrew Maloney.
Big smile from Nakatani, as if to say, yeah, pretty much everything I throw is landing.
Complete control here.
Oh, right down the middle, too.
He's sticking with what's working, that's for sure. Oh, and a headbutt. Accidental clash of heads and a big cut over the forehead
right in the middle of the eye
of Nakatani. Oh boy, Andrew Maloney might get a bit lucky here. Accidental headbutt you hear from Mark Nelson. Only the third round here.
It's not the worst spot because it's not above either eye. It's gonna look messy. It's gonna bleed, but it's gonna bleed down the middle of the nose. It's not gonna inhibit the vision.
It didn't look like it was too deep either. So maybe something that Rudy Hernandez can work on in the corner in between laps.
Yeah, like I said, it's going to be bloody for as long as it lasts, but I don't think it's really in a dangerous position. I'm actually more concerned about the one over the left eyelid that Nakatani has. Oh, there's a body shot attempt again.
Andrew Maloney, no stranger to controversial decisions that happened due to a cut. The fight against, I believe it was the second fight against Joshua Franco, a no decision that Maloney was winning.
Big shot from Maloney over the top.
And back with the uppercut from the right hand of Nakatani.
Yeah, Eric, you're talking about that controversial ending for the second Franco fight. I actually called that fight in the bubble. And yeah, it was a damaged eye of Franco, and the fight ended up getting stopped on a headbutt, yet a lot of people couldn't find the headbutt on the replay.
They looked at it for a long time, did the commission.
Yeah, we sat ringside for over 15 minutes trying to decide what was going to be the decision.
Good shot to the body from the left hand of Nakatani. And again, it seems like Maloney has resigned himself to the fact that I'm going to have to get inside and push Nakatani around if I have any chance here.
Yeah, he's really just got to go for broke. He's got to get inside and trade and try and catch Nakatani, get some respect. Because right now, if he stays at this range, he's getting chewed apart. That's what Maloney needs to do. He needs to be aggressive. He needs to will his way into this fight.
Pushing Nakatani against the ropes. Nelson separates the two once again.
You hear the corner of Andrew Maloney yelling, he's getting tired, get inside.
An Emmanuel Navarrete-esque uppercut from Junto Nakatani, and those can be deadly. Vasiliy Lomachenko entering the MGM Garden Arena moments ago. And Loma back center stage once again, where he has been so many times in his career. Nearly his entire professional career has been on the World Championship stage, and no matter what smack talk happens in the lead up to a fight, we know that the cool, calm, and collected Lomachenko is not fazed at all.
No, he's been here before in every type of style you could ever imagine, and he is going to bring his A game tonight, and he's going to need it against the incredible young champion, Devin Haney. There we see him, the undisputed champion.
Devin Haney, back-to-back wins against George Kambosos in Australia to claim those belts. An Australian here, Andrew Maloney, is in a dogfight against Nakatani, and Nakatani so far having the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, he's been very much in control with the power shots, the precision. Maloney just having trouble figuring out the physical dimensions of the man in front of him, not to mention the skill set.
Maloney knocked down in the second round. Nakatani, the big cut in between the eyebrows in the third, seems to be cleaned up nicely.
Very impressed with how many offensive weapons that Nakatani has at his disposal. He's got the trick left hand down the middle. He's got that lead, tricky right uppercut. He's got that slinging left body shot. There it is again. He pulls the trigger on that beautifully.
Comes at you so fast.
That's what I call it. There's no fat on the punch. It's super tight, super clean, lean and mean down the middle. Very hard to see coming. All of his shots are like that, actually. They're technically perfect.
And he's got a great rhythm to himself as well, as we've seen a couple of those combinations that you just mentioned that he continues to lean back on. The jab with the right hand, the straight left splitting the guard, and then going to that uppercut, coming in from weird angles, but it happens so fast, it's just so hard to adjust if you're Maloney.
I mean, I'm so impressed at how he's been able to take the conditioning and the technical prowess of the Japanese fighters, but then also he's mixed it with the Western world in terms of the rhythm and the timing, like you said, Eric. I mean, it makes for a very, very different style.
Again with the straight left hand, and also credit to Nakatani, as Maloney might get a warning. No warning, but he was grabbing and holding the head of Nakatani before throwing those punches to the body. But Nakatani does not seem to be bothered by the physical brawler-style nature that Andrew Maloney has been trying to throw at him.
Not yet, but Maloney is getting closer. He's getting closer. His will is very strong. We'll see what happens as this fight wears on. One thing about being the bigger guy, I mean, you don't know, even though he's moved up in weight, he might have struggled. He is very tall, very long for this weight class. So we'll see as this fight wears on if he can maintain this kind of output.
Still a long ways to go. Just nearing the end of the fourth round here for a scheduled 12.
Stop. Be careful. No.
And we know from the two wars with Franco that Maloney can go the distance and bring the heat.
Maloney brothers don't know the word quit, that's for sure.
Well-trained, super tough guys, durable guys as well.
Angelo Hyder, the trainer for the Maloney brothers. Maloney was able to slow Nakatani down a little bit here in this fourth round. We'll see if he can continue that trend nearing the middle rounds here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I can feel it. Maloney is inching his way back in.
To the right, understand? You have to keep moving to the right and also throw punches. Now,
he's tiring and his power's going. Are you feeling that? He's getting slower. But you're waiting out long. And you're going inside and you're wrapping up, getting caught wrapped up too easy. Get the forearm out, get the shoulder out. Start bumping him when you go in. Go in, throw your shots, bump him. Let's get him on the ropes where we can start to hurt him to the body. Okay, do you understand? Don't wait outside. It's a 12-rounder, mate. You've got to keep pressuring him. We've got to slow him up more than we are. Don't wait outside, Andy. It's 50-50 out there.
If you get close, 4-5 punches. 4-5 punches. Very close. Speed and power.
Just off the left eyebrow of Junto Nakatani. Doesn't seem like it has bothered him at all.
Now, Rhea Hernandez is a great comeback. Both these corners have excellent cut men. One Sitch Duran and Rhea Hernandez working on those cuts. I think you were right, Eric. You said that cut didn't seem that deep, and it really doesn't.
What can Andrew Maloney do and take from that 4th round and capitalize on here in the 5th?
Well, he had great instruction in the corner. They said, hey, listen, we have a 12-round fight, but you got to get more done. You're getting there. You're breaking him down, but you got to keep working. You got to do it quicker. You don't want to fall too much behind, even though there's a lot of rounds left. Plus, he's got the knockdown against him, so he's got some ground to make up.
Nakatani's last fight was in November. That one did go the distance, a 10-round unanimous decision win over Francisco Rodriguez. So conditioning and length of bout shouldn't be an issue for Nakatani, but it's always different when you're getting bullied around and pushed around. That takes a toll on you, even if you're winning the fight.
Oh, absolutely. When you have a guy who has a spirit like Andrew Maloney does, coming at you constantly, throwing big bombs, Andrew can punch too. Oh, boy.
Back-to-back uppercuts from Nakatani land flush. Going back to the well once more. Uppercut after uppercut, a barrage from Nakatani here in the 5th.
Nice hip punch there from Nakatani. That was a nasty little move.
Ooh, 3 in a row with the left hand for Nakatani. Now the right side.
Nakatani had a nice little dirty move there. The referee was on one side, and he used his knuckles of his right hand to hit Andrew on the hip a few times.
Gamesmanship by Nakatani, and also landing those clean punches. Now Maloney trying to tie him up and hitting the clinch.
Andrew doing a really good job of pushing forward, keeping the weight on Nakatani's back left leg so he doesn't have the same power.
Straight away with the right hand from Maloney, but Nakatani comes roaring back. Now Maloney grabbing the right arm and not letting go of Nakatani when they spin around the ring.
Oh, big shot over the top from Nakatani. Clips Maloney as he's coming in.
Just missed hitting the mark, and that would have been devastating. Uppercut from Maloney lands to the body.
Yeah, the durability and conditioning of Maloney is really the story for them right now in that red corner.
Well, good body punches has found their home for Maloney here in this round.
Yeah, like I said, he's willing himself back into this fight nicely. Blood streaming from the forehead of Nakatani now.
Big smiles from Nakatani at the end of that 5th round as a left hand as the bell sounded sent Maloney stumbling on his heels a little bit.
Punch, punch, and step to the side. Punch, punch, step to the side. So punch. When you're getting close, you have to punch. You understand? And then move. Okay? And then move. Punch, punch. But I have to move to this side to side, left sometimes. So just have to continue to punch. And then turn again and punch, okay?
Junto Nakatani, undefeated in 24 fights, 18 knockouts, and it really seemed like when he scored that 2nd round knockdown in this fight, Chris, that he was really in the driver's seat. Not to say that he's lost many rounds since then, but Andrew Maloney starting to swing the balance a little bit more.
Yeah, the momentum is starting to change. I don't think it's quite in Maloney's favor just yet, but it's starting to move that way.
Straightaway left hand to start round number 6.
Nakatani does such a nice job of blinding his opponent with his lead hand and then firing that straight left hand right down the middle. maintaining that distance perfectly.
And neither of these two fighters have gotten away from their game plan.
No, not at all. Although I'm not sure what Maloney's game plan was to coming into the fight, but he had to find it. And I think he has. He's got to fight on the inside. He's got to trade shots. He's got to be pushing.
You find a new game plan sometimes when you get knocked on your butt. But it's been consistent. He's tried to bully Nakatani around the ring, get physical using the elbows, the shoulders, the forearms.
Another clash of heads on the way in. Nakatani got the worst of it.
As he has in most of the clashes of heads. And, ooh, nice left hand comes through from Maloney.
Big shot from Maloney. And that's what I was saying early on. He's got to punch with Nakatani. That's his only chance to get respect.
Maloney's corner screaming at him to go low, duck low, stay low. Right now standing straight up and down.
I was saying 45 off the rip. So I'm thinking that's a body shot to a lead uppercut, 45 punch. I do believe the Ukrainians call body shots and rips. Could be wrong.
I like it. Overhand right from Maloney after a nice combination from Nakatani.
Nice body shot there from Maloney. Attempt there for Nakatani misses. Yeah, not the same snap on Nakatani's punches here in round number 6 as they were in the first opening 3 or 4 rounds.
Maloney has been the aggressor here in this round, pushing Nakatani back.
Nakatani's got to be thinking, man, what are these guys from down under made of?
Or what are they screaming about? His corner, Maloney's corner, has been vocal, to say the least.
Maloney's having a good round here. Landed some nice shots as he got Nakatani pinned to the ropes.
You have to imagine that if you think of it from Maloney's point of view as a 12-round brawl, he has to be thinking and had to have thought coming into this fight is if I can just wear him down, slow him down, no matter what punishment I take in those early rounds, maybe that sets me up nicely in the second half of the fight.
I don't know if that was the game plan, but it's certainly turning it into that.
When he comes inside, have to throw strong uppercut. You understand? Have to throw strong. Not only touch, have to be strong.
Really tight. Okay? Get on his chest. Breathe now, mate. Bump him back. Get him on the ropes and cut him down like a tree. You've got to get him on the ropes, though. He's got nothing on the ropes, mate. You with me?
Have to change a little bit. And then inside,
Maloney getting the instruction to push Nakatani against the ropes. Get him standing in one spot. Use the body. And that's what we've seen from Maloney. After he got knocked down in that second round, Nakatani has been really pushed around the ring. And again, Chris, we'll go back to it. Not to say that Maloney has been necessarily winning rounds or landing the most punches, but that type of physicality takes a toll, and we're starting to see Nakatani stay a little bit more stationary and eat some more punches that he wasn't eating earlier in the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been excellent corner work from the team Maloney in terms of what they've been telling him to do. And he's been executing it. He's been doing it, I mean, again, like you said, not necessarily winning him the rounds, but he's getting closer. I have given him a couple rounds so far, though.
Okay. And had you thought that the power has faded a little bit from Nakatani?
It seems like the snap is a little different. He doesn't have that same snapping, surprising power. Also, Maloney's already felt it. You know, it's a little bit different when you get hit with a shot the first time from somebody.
Time over here. Cut the tape. Vinny, we're going to cut the tape. Just cut it.
The referee asking the corner of Nakatani to cut the tape that has come unstuck from the left glove. A pair of scissors.
You got it? Get a scissor. We need a scissor. Snip it. Go.
Very few jabs thrown by either of these two fighters. 6 for 53 from Maloney, 8 for 126 from Nakatani, I should say. Landed jabs, as most of the punches have been big power shots like those right there.
Maloney's doing a good job finding his timing to trade with Nakatani. He's landing some nice shots upstairs.
When you go into a fight, Chris, do you give yourself a certain amount of rounds to adjust to your opponent's timing?
Yeah, I mean, I was always a slow starter, so early on in fights, my family, my brother used to always say, I'm always nervous because you don't do that much in the beginning because you're analyzing the data. But, and then I'm also a rhythm fighter, so you got to find that rhythm, find your opponent's rhythm.
There's that fine line of waiting too long. You remember Vasiliy Lomachenko against Teofimo Lopez. He waited about half the fight, and by the time he got going, it was too late. Maloney has gotten going a little bit earlier here in this one. Good body shot from Maloney, but again, those uppercuts just splitting the guard. Nakatani so precise. And that window with Maloney in the crouch and the earmuff stance, that window is so tiny. Nakatani has had no issue finding it.
No, I mean, his precision all night has been phenomenal. Beautiful body shot on the inside there. Even for such a tall fighter, he fights very well on the inside.
Good right hand to the body from Nakatani. That slows Maloney down for a second.
This is where Team Maloney does not want Andrew to be with his back against the ropes. They want Nakatani pinned on the ropes. They said he's got nothing on the ropes.
Nice bounce back round here for Nakatani.
Yeah, we got a brawl in this round. Yeah, Nakatani was not being as successful or as offensive the last 2 rounds. He's dug down once again. He's been landing some good shots. Now, we've never seen Nakatani in a fight like this. The back and forth where he's actually taking damage. He's normally has very good defense, doesn't get hit quite that much in fights, but this is it's been a little different.
He's been handling it well so far.
Ooh, big shot there from Maloney.
10 seconds to go in the round.
Get off his neck, Andrew.
Good action between Junto Nakatani and Andrew Maloney here in Vegas. The WBO Junior Bantamweight World title up for grabs here as we move to the 8th round between Nakatani and Andrew Maloney. And Nakatani in that last round, you mentioned you had given the 2 previous rounds to Maloney. Did Nakatani do enough in the 7th to win the round?
Yeah, I put the favor back in Nakatani that last round. He landed some big shots. It just seems like his shots are having more of an effect on Maloney when he does land.
What we've got to do is stop.
Although that was a very close
round. Letting him hold. Pumping like Aussie rules as much as you can get away with. And
is there anything that you're seeing specifically from Maloney that has led to him finding a bit more rhythm than he had in those first few rounds?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's exactly what his corner was telling him, to push Nakatani against the ropes, be physical with him on the inside, be wearing him down. And it seems like he is doing that. Nakatani has just a little bit less power. He's keeping and having trouble keeping Maloney at bay.
Get lower, Andy, get low! Hit the shoulders, get low! Hit the shoulder, Andy, get low!
Yeah, this is where Nakatani's at his best, that middle distance range, keeping you on the end of his punches, using his full leverage with that long frame, that praying mantis style of being wide stance and dropping left hands.
Yeah, it seems like every time he's gotten lower is when he's had an issue, because that's allowed Maloney to get on the inside on him.
Yeah, when he drops punches from that long position, I mean, from the outside, he's hard to deal with.
I mentioned it earlier, nice straight left hand from Nakatani, but not too dissimilar to Emmanuel Navarrete, another guy who's tall and long for his division, utilizes the uppercuts from multiple angles, and that's where he's found his success, and when he won his world title against Isaac Dogbe, a much smaller fighter.
Yeah, he's got a beautiful lead right uppercut too from that southpaw stance as well, so that's a good catch there, Eric. But Nakatani just a lot more clean, a lot cleaner with his punches than Navarrete. Fluid, yes. Yeah, I spoke about that rhythm, that West Coast rhythm that Nakatani employs. You don't see that from a lot of Japanese fighters.
Challenge for Andrew Maloney in this fight is, how do I get Nakatani off rhythm? It's happened in a couple rounds, but not consistently enough.
Nakatani's drawn a line in the sand this round, and Maloney cannot stay on the outside of these shots. He's only had success when he got on the inside, pushed the pressure. But how much damage does he have to take in order to get there?
Takes a lot of damage there with another left-handed uppercut, followed by a right-handed uppercut from Nakatani.
impressed with how well Maloney's face has taken these shots. A lot of times guys getting hit with uppercuts like that. Face starts to swell, nose bleed, lips bleed. Looks like another cut under the eye. Could just be blood.
Both of these fighters bloodied early. A lot of close encounters, rubbing of foreheads.
And move around, and move.
Man, that lead uppercut comes off so fluid.
Now the other way.
Great distance control in this round from Nakatani.
Really good adjustment. That's what you see at the world-class level, guys. Oh, big headbutt there. Big clash of heads.
Nakatani grimaced, but the fight goes on. No stoppage.
That's only hurt.
That's one thing you see from Japanese fighters. They're just dogged. They don't feel pain almost. You get hit, it's like touch for a second, then right back to work.
And that might have been the best round for Nakatani since he had the knockdown in the second.
You're doing your own thing. You're not fighting our fight. You stayed on his range and gave him that round, fighting his fight. We don't have the rounds. We can't give him a round off like that. Now breathe deep. Mate, I've asked for hip and shoulders. I've asked you to go in. If you're going to box like that, you ain't going to win the fight. You have to stay tight, and you have to get inside and let your punches go. He's tying you up inside, and you're happy to do it. Andrew, I've asked you all fight to bump him.
Listening to Maloney's corner there, echoing what you said, Chris, which is you can't keep giving him rounds. You can't keep allowing Nakatani to throw those combinations, those uppercuts at will. It's just not working. And the flip side of that is now that we're entering into the 9th round, you're looking at Maloney needing a knockout, and we haven't seen anything throughout the first 8 rounds to indicate that Nakatani is exposing himself to a punch like that.
Yeah, I agree. Once again, excellent corner instruction from Team Maloney, and not pulling any punches to the corner. They're being truthful about the situation that they're in. That round was a bad round for Andrew Maloney. He let Nakatani dictate the pace, the distance, and took a tremendous amount of punishment.
Where Maloney has found success has been going to the body just like that on the inside. He's landed 48% of his body shots.
Maloney needs to be dogged. It's his only chance in this fight, and he needs to really break down Nakatani quickly because he's running out of time.
Uses the shoulder to get some space, but Nakatani having none of it.
Doubling up the rear-handed uppercut. You don't see that very often. Good shot from Maloney over the top. Extends the tie a little bit.
But these one-off counter punches, Chris, from Maloney, not enough.
No, it's just the precision of Nakatani. He lands 3-4 shots. Maloney comes back with one big one, but like I said, it just seems that Nakatani's punches are heavier.
Nakatani still looks spry here in the 9th round as he bounces around the outside of the ring.
Nice job of cutting the angles and walking around Maloney. Always been very impressed with Nakatani in terms of how many different layers he has to his game.
I've actually been impressed here, Chris, in the middle now late rounds of this fight of how comfortable Nakatani has seemed fighting on the inside.
I mentioned a couple rounds ago, we had never really seen this from Nakatani in a fight this way. I mean, it's a testament to what kind of special talent he really is, that he's able to fight as well on the outside and the inside.
And Maloney's in trouble here, Chris.
Yeah, she's taking a lot of punishment. Started the round well, but like we talked about before, how much punishment does he need to take in order to be successful at this style?
Right.
Big shot.
Left hand lands flush, and then Nakatani goes to the body. 35 seconds to go here in the 9th round, and Nakatani still in control.
How about that resilience from Andrew Maloney, man? He has no quitting him at all.
End of 9 here in Las Vegas. Junto Nakatani looking for a championship at a second weight class. In his second fight as a junior bantamweight, has been in complete control nearly the entire fight against former title holder Andrew Maloney. Nakatani, not only, Chris, showing great skill in this particular fight, but I have to imagine that other fighters around this division not too thrilled that he's stepped up in weight.
Yeah, and stepped up in weight, and not only just stepped up, and has brought his strength and his power with him, his sharpness, his abilities. I mean, he's physical at this weight class. They said he looks like a full-blown bantamweight at this point. I think that there's a lot of upside to Nakatani. You know, I always thought that, but even at these higher weight classes, I think he's going to be a multiple division world champion the way that he's looking tonight.
He's 3 rounds away from it here as we enter the 10th.
Watch your head.
556 punches thrown from Junto Nakatani compared to 309 thrown by Andrew Maloney.
Oof. Another beautiful 1-2 right down the middle from Nakatani to open up round number 9. 10, excuse me. Cuts an angle, goes back to the center of the ring, stays long.
Rinse, wash, and repeat.
It ain't broke.
Well, and also just, Maloney defensively hasn't made enough adjustments to where Nakatani has had to change his game plan at all. And then when you throw on top of it the fact that what you alluded to in the last round of how good Nakatani has handled the inside fight portion of this fight, is that Nakatani can just weather those storms. At the very least, it's 50-50 on the inside, and he's very clearly winning on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, the rounds where Maloney had success, he was just dogging. He was fighting on the inside. He was pushing Nakatani against the ropes. He was landing shots, punching with him. I just don't know how long he can keep that up, taking all the punishment that he's taking on the way in, and once he's on the inside, like you said, they're still trading on the inside. Maloney's never been in complete control.
One knockdown scored early in this round for Nakatani. Gave him the second.
And when you look at their faces, they look like they're in 2 different fights. Nakatani seems so cool, calm, collected. And Maloney, who's looking through blood and sweat and swelling, looks like he needs to push forward. He needs to be in high drive in order to be successful.
Maloney has definitely been the one exerting himself more than Nakatani in this fight, that's for sure. Punch volume certainly has not flowed from Nakatani either.
I spoke about, Nakatani bringing his power up here. It certainly is not the same power it was. As especially as I'm seeing how many clean punches he's landing on Maloney. Sure, Maloney is super, super tough. He's never been stopped before, but, I mean, the amount of punches that he's been landing and Maloney still being here kind of tells me that Nakatani's power is not going to be the same that Junior Bantam as it was in the flies.
Even without that power, if you're this tactical and this precise, it doesn't matter. You're going to win a lot of decisions.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing it all.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Obviously, still very respectable power, but
snuck in a body shot, did Nakatani, that came over the top with the right hand.
And still defensively sound as well. Doesn't forget the body. High-class stuff from Nakatani.
Respect. Get the loose tape, okay? Breathe deep. Need you to breathe deep. Mate, there's parts in there that you're going to hurt. You're hurting him with the left hook. Andrew, but we need to bump. Now breathe for me. Breathe. Just breathe and relax your body. Just relax. 2 rounds to go. 2 rounds to go.
Want to cut it? Just cut it off.
Breathe. Just breathe. Andrew, Canelo style, tight hands. Bump him back. And then work that short left hook, right hand. Right hand, left hook. Old school tough stuff. Andrew, 2 hands, not one. Not just the left hook. If you give me left hook, right hands, Right hands, left hook, I reckon you can knock him.
Angelo Hyder, the trainer for Andrew Maloney, calling for the old school tough stuff here in the championship rounds.
Once again, basic, fundamental instruction from the corner. I want to see a left hook right hand and a right hand left hook. Old school tough stuff, like you said, Eric. Good instruction once again from Team Maloney.
Turn, get out the road. Stay a distance.
Problem is that they have Junto Nakatani in front of him. The guy is just super talented.
Stop. I got him. Keep the distance. Keep the pose down.
Andrew Maloney seemingly needs a knockout here in the final 2 rounds to come away with a victory. Trying to join his brother, who won a world championship last week in California.
Big shot right under the chin, catches Maloney, pops his head up. Corner Maloney seems to think that the left hooks were having an effect on Nakatani. He wanted to set it up with a straight right hand. Cleaned up.
Oh! Speak of a straight hand, it's the left from Nakatani that puts Maloney on his back for the second time in this fight. And Maloney barely beats the count. Will Mark Nelson let him fight on? He will, at least for the moment.
Yeah, that's that middle distance range I was talking about. That Nakatani's so dangerous. He gets that leverage on the punch and generates the most power from that position.
Nakatani on the prowl once again. Maloney trying to find his legs. Straight left again from Nakatani. How much more punishment will they let Maloney take here in the 11th?
Yeah, not a good time when Maloney's trying to hold on because he needs the punch on the inside. So I think those legs are really hurting.
Another straight left to the nose of Maloney.
It's 1 or 2 more good shots and Nakatani could end this fight.
Maloney just trying to survive the round. The question is, should he be allowed to at this point?
And sometimes some guys are too tough for their own good.
And very clearly nowhere close to winning this fight on the cards, and no need for him to take any extra punishment.
But once again, you gotta tip your hat to his resilience. There's no quitting him. He's trying to survive right now, but if he's allowed to keep fighting, he's gonna fight.
20 seconds to go in the round.
Nakatani looks like he might be a little punched out.
He threw some heavy ones here in this 11th round, scoring his second knockdown of the fight.
Andrew? Yeah. You're sitting outside and you're getting hurt a bit, mate. I think we might have to stop it, mate, because you're not listening. You haven't been listening for a couple of rounds.
Another look at the knockdown from the 11th, Chris.
Well, yeah, it was just
exactly what his corner just said. You're getting hit on the outside, mate. You got to move in. So he pulls straight back.
The second you're
chin is exposed. And like I
it.
said, when Nakatani gets full extension on those punches, he generates a tremendous amount of power.
Andy,
perfect
you've got to throw left
from
hooks and right
Nakatani.
hands.
As he's been all night long.
Mate. We're going to give you a chance, but I'll tell you what, if you sit outside, just stop. We'll stop it straight away.
And you hear Angelo Hyder saying, we're going to give you a chance to finish this round, but as soon as we see it going sideways, we're stopping it. Junto Nakatani.
Not even breathing hard.
No, and just staring down the media over here saying, see what I've done, see what I can do. A coming out party for Junto Nakatani here on national TV in the United States. Fight fans who didn't know his name before tonight are learning what a special talent he is.
And this was a good test. Andrew Maloney is world class. He's a very, very solid contender and championship level guy. But just Nakatani's on a different level tonight. Maloney is tough as nails giving a spirited effort. But he's taking quite a beating tonight.
Nearly 700 punches thrown from Junto Nakatani, doubling up the amount of punches thrown of Andrew Maloney.
Oh boy, with the precision too.
Maloney just gassed and fighting on sheer will at this point.
Yeah, that's one thing about Maloney. His spirit was never broken tonight. He's always been trying to win. But he just had to go through fire in order to be in positions where he could be successful.
He got burnt a couple times.
Yeah. Both these men are in phenomenal condition. It's the 12th round. Still throwing lots of punches.
Nakatani just looks so smooth.
Effortless.
Yeah,
it really looks effortless.
12 rounds of tough. You know, he's been pushed around. Maloney has tried to get physical the entire fight, and Nakatani just seems to let it just roll off his back.
Not to mention, they're cut twice early in the fight. 2 different cuts on the face of Nakatani. Never let it bother him. So much trouble trying to close the distance.
And if you're Nakatani, you couldn't have drawn up this fight any better.
Well, he wanted that stoppage, you could tell.
That's true.
Maloney's just too tough. Too tough, too spirited.
Oh! The finisher from Nakatani and a KO of the year contender. Wow! Scary scene here in the 12th round. Andrew Maloney out cold.
That was a dip and rip. That was a whole different move we hadn't even seen from Nakatani. I had mentioned that his offensive arsenal was so sharp, so impressive tonight. I mean, that was just another weapon he pulled out. Wow. Something we hadn't seen, something Andrew hadn't seen, and it's always a punch you don't see that hurts the most.
We're going to see Oscar Valdez fight in about an hour. That was reminiscent of the Oscar Valdez knockout of Miguel Berchelt.
Yes, good call. Scary though when it's this late in a fight.
Yes.
Someone's taking this
in
much
a fight
damage.
he didn't need to be out there in the 12th round. I understand the heart. I understand the will. I understand that he's a champion, but did not need to be out there in the 12th round. After the 11th round knockdown, didn't need to go back out for the 12th.
They got him sitting up, but I don't know if that's the best idea right now. I think he should probably still be on the mat.
Scary knockout.
They got him up on the stool. It's a good sign. He's conscious now. He's
see how swollen his nose is, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, all those uppercuts. I'm surprised it's not worse, honestly. No, he's smiling. Okay, it's a good sign.
Stitch Duran doesn't need to hit him anymore. Yeah. Let's lay off of him, Stitch. Wow. A thunderous finish to this fight for Junto Nakatani.
Yeah, it was nice. I believe it was an overhand left from Nakatani. It was a dip and rip shot. Rolled under one of Andrew's punches and came with a thunderous shot over the top. Applause from the crowd as Maloney stands up. Yep, overhand, boom. Oh, beautiful overhand left, dips his head, rolls out. There's that blinding lead hand that he does. Now him from a low position. Hey, perfect. Ran right into it. head-on collision. Blinds him with the right, dips low out of sight, comes with the overhand shot that he didn't see. The corner of Maloney was calling for the left hook all night, saying that that was the shot that was affecting Nakatani. He went for it here, but Nakatani goes under it and fires over. Bang. Yep. And that's the hardest you can get hit, is trading left hooks. Oof, you can hear that shot. Crumpled.
Devastating knockout from Junto Nakatani.
That gets worse the more you watch it.
Yeah, it's not fun.
No. Wow. What a finish. What a finish.
A spectacular start to finish performance from Junto Nakatani.
Yeah, I had Nakatani ahead comfortably, but that's the cherry on top for the now new world champion.
As if fighting on ESPN and around the world for a world title wasn't enough. That clip is going to go viral.
Yeah, that's a highlight reel.
And Junto Nakatani is going to be, in terms of boxing households, a household name after tonight.
Here inside the MGM Grand Garden Arena, this bout comes to a conclusion at 2 minutes, 42 seconds of round number 12. For your winner by knockout, and now the WBO Junior Bantamweight Champion of the World, Junto Nakatani!
Japanese contingent on hand to witness a stellar title-winning performance for Junto Nakatani as he knocks out Andrew Maloney in round number 12.
I mean, an incredible performance incredible performance from a stylistic standpoint from Nakatani. Incredible performance in terms of resiliency and toughness from Andrew Maloney. I mean, the spirit that he showed tonight, Nakatani just on a different level. I mean, power, precision, technique. You see him smiling. His conditioning was absolutely incredible tonight. The amount of punches he threw, the precision, the power, and the late power. As soon as I'm talking about his power not being the same, he comes out with a highlight reel knockout. I mean, absolutely incredible stuff. I've been high on Nakatani for a long time. Now I'm as high as ever. I mean, he's incredible. Very bullish on this young man. Absolutely phenomenal performance, doubling up the lead and rear-handed uppercuts. Had no problem finding Maloney all night long. And the spirit as Maloney was pushing forward, trying his best to find any way to win. It was just taking too much damage on the inside to get there, to get to the inside to be effective. And in the end, it was a shot, the overhand left right there from Nakatani that ended matters for Maloney. And now the new junior bantamweight world champion, 2-division world champion now, is Junto Nakatani.
Nakatani, just 25 years old, now 25-0 with 19 knockouts. And the reason that he's ranked by the WBO as the top spot in the 115-pound division. Boy, oh boy, you will be seeing that knockout for days, weeks, and years to come. Spectacular. 3 more fights on the card tonight in Las Vegas. The undisputed lightweight championship of the world. On the line in our main event, the title holder, Devin Haney, 29-0 in his career, defends against one of the greatest of all time, Vasiliy Lomachenko. Does Lomachenko have one more bullet in the chamber? Can he knock out and reclaim the belts from Devin Haney? We've got a barn burner of a lightweight championship fight coming up later tonight.
Somebody call the dogs who walk. Somebody call the dogs who walk. I don't wanna die no more. What the hell are we fighting for?
It's a matchup as old and storied as the sweet science itself. Brilliant and brashful youth.
Devin Haney is the real deal.
Against wisdom and experience.
No one fights with quite the same skill or imagination.
The young king versus boxing loyalty.
Lomachenko did it his way, on his terms.
At 24 years old, Devin "The Dream" Haney has scaled heights few fighters have.
And now Haney's got that fire in his eyes. A 1-hitter
Not only is he unbeaten, he's the undisputed lightweight champion of the world. One who's more than ready to assert his dominance against the man he felt denied him a title shot years ago.
He made me wait 4 years to fight him, since I was 20 years old. So I don't like Loma. I want to beat him bad. I want to send him to retirement.
Vasiliy Lomachenko has attained nearly every goal a fighter can in his prolific Hall of Fame career.
Reigning in shots on both levels is Lomachenko. Vasiliy Loma.
The one exception being an undisputed champion.
I go to the bed with this dream. I wake up with this dream. Now, then you have a big motivation.
Loma is back. Vintage form.
Not so long ago, Lomachenko was atop the mythical pound-for-pound list. Now, at 35, the former champion finds himself in an unfamiliar position.
Loma has never been an underdog. This time he's fighting a champion. He's fighting a bigger guy, stronger guy, faster guy, younger guy. All odds are stacked against him.
Two fighters, two kings, face off for what would be their greatest victory. Only one will find it. This is Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Haney versus Lomachenko. For a man who reigned as champion for so many years, Vasiliy Lomachenko found himself struggling after his defeat to Teofimo Lopez, where he lost his 3 lightweight belts. Now, the former champion finds himself with a new outlook on life.
What happened in my life? I lose these 3 belts. I lose this fight, but I win much more bigger than these 3 belts.
The takeover. Teofimo Lopez.
For me, it was very, very good, and I understand it now. Now I start to live a second life, like a different man.
Teofimo Lopez just beat Vasiliy Lomachenko. A unanimous decision.
Before, I was a man who wanna take a world. Inside, my ego was very big inside. A lot of people didn't see this, but after this lose, I saw myself. I started changing after this moment. Every time happened in time. Maybe it was not my time.
This is the main event. Vasiliy Lomachenko.
After Lopez lose, you could go down and fight him, but I can't because I lose in the lightweight, and I go on a lightweight, take my dream, take my goal, and I can't change it. For me, it looks like you're weak.
Body work, sweeping left hand, it is over. Loma is back. Vintage form.
I still have my speed, my power, my condition.
Vintage Lomachenko. They are loving it here too.
I was very close with this goal. Now I have a second chance, but I have a second chance take this goal like a different man.
In February, the eyes of the boxing world were in Saudi Arabia for the Jake Paul-Tommy Fury matchup. As boxing's youngest ever undisputed champion, Devin Haney took his place center stage among the stars in attendance.
Devin, tell me, in your opinion, what is a fighter?
A fighter is somebody who can step in a square circle and perform in front of the world, in front of millions and millions of fans, and show their blood, sweat, and tears, their heart, their determination, all in one night in front of the world. When the bell sounds, it's go time, it's show time. That's when all the skills, everything that you worked on in training camp, you gotta prove on that one night.
Dedicated to the process. Dedicated to the process. Get it done.
Right here, ready? Longer strides, ready, go. 2, 3. Right there, 6. 2, 3, 4. Time, good. 34 both times, good. He knows when it's camp time, it's time to lock in and go. He's getting more focused every year. He's becoming more of a professional every year. Good. Rip. He trains hard. The goal for this one is make him powerful, nasty, and fast. Down and fast. Load, explode. Let's go. There it is. Come on. That's one.
How high is that?
We powerful up in here. Like 54 inches.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
My focus just comes from wanting to be one of the greats, one of the best ever. Legacy is definitely important to me. I won't stop until my name lives on longer than I ever will. Till my name is mentioned with the greats of the sport of boxing. I want my name to be remembered forever. And every fight, I'm one step closer to that.
Come on. There we go. There we go.
43.
Broke your personal best today. I like it. 43.76. That's comparable. That's like an NFL linebacker. That's a NFL running back. So he's got some pretty comparable numbers for his size. He's stronger than people think he is. Can't shoot a cannon out of a canoe, right? You gotta have a base.
When I set out to do this, I didn't want to be mediocre. I didn't want to be just another boxer. I want to be the best. I don't fight for money. I fight for legacy. And that's what separates me from all the fighters today. I don't see fighters that fight for legacy. I see people that fight for clout, fight for money. They fight for the wrong things. But I'm a different kind of fighter. I'm a throwback fighter. But I want to be known as a man's man, a man that lives on principles. You know, I don't want to just be remembered for boxing, because one day boxing won't be here. But I want people to know me as a person and respect me as a person.
As a devout Muslim, Devin Haney observed the holy month of Ramadan, even as it fell in the middle of his training camp. During Ramadan, Muslims refrain from eating or drinking from sunup to sundown. A difficult task while training for the biggest fight of his career.
Alhamdulillah, we have been blessed to make it to the blessed month of Ramadan. Fasting in the month of Ramadan is an opportunity for us to gain this kind of mindfulness, where we can think about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in our actions. So let's give ourselves this chance to get closer to Allah and experience the sweetness of the religion by trying to get all we can out of this Ramadan. Whatever that looks like for you, everybody's situation is different. Some people, Allah doesn't give them the ability to fast from food or drink, but we still can get benefits from this Ramadan.
The holy month of Ramadan is important to me, you know, as a Muslim. I wanted the fight to be before Ramadan so I could fast with my family, but it wasn't something that we was able to do. So now I'm going through training camp during Ramadan,
And if we can't fast, feeding people is one of the best ways that we can make up for it. He says we should feed the hungry people who need food what we love to eat. And so as we try to get closer to Allah during this month of Ramadan, we should remember that a part of our gaining nearness to Him is us serving the people, and us helping the people, and us striving to make things better for the people.
It wasn't the healthiest for my body for me to be fasting all day and training multiple times. So that's when, as a team, we decided that the best was to just either make it up or celebrate next year and give back. And that's what I've been doing. I've been feeding people and giving back, you know, to make up for me not being able to fast.
Los Angeles has one of the nation's largest homeless populations, especially the area known as Skid Row. In town for the Lomachenko press conference, Haney took to these streets to give back and give hope in accordance to his faith.
Homelessness and hunger is a world problem, but if you can do a little bit to make it a better place, then we're happy. And I'm always happy to see Devin getting out and doing charity.
It's important for us Muslims to feed people what we would eat. So we fed them chicken, we fed them food that we like. So I think they liked it. Allah has blessed us with so much, so it's only right that we get back.
Thank you guys for what you guys doing. Appreciate you. God bless y'all. And your family. Assalamu alaikum.
After his dominant performance against Masayoshi Nakatani, Vasiliy Lomachenko showed the boxing world he was back. With his newly found focus, the mission to become champion again remained the driving force.
Boxing for Loma, like for me and you riding a bicycle, we'll never forget. He just jumps in the ring, does preparation, goes through the sparrings, and it comes back into his mind.
12 rounds for the WBA Intercontinental Lightweight title.
Loma is the one, I don't want it just to fight somebody. I wanted to fight the real champion. I wanted to fight the real guy. You can't just jump in and go for the undisputed. You have to go through a lot of guys, through a lot of fight.
The class of Vasiliy Lomachenko. It has been evident all night long.
And that's what is happening.
Hi, how are you? Good. It's a rest day, and we want to shoot a little bit. It will be a little competition.
After defeating Richard Comey, Lomachenko was offered a chance to fight for the undisputed lightweight title, as his homeland fell under war. He turned down the historic opportunity, instead flying back to Ukraine to help his fellow countrymen and protect those dearest to him.
You can't do anything when war come to your country and come to your house. It's not right, I think. I just try to defend my family, my house, and our country. It's a simple decision for people who loves your country, who loves your home, who loves your family and your people. You don't think about your 4 belts, for undisputed world champion. No, you're never thinking about this. Now I start thinking about my family, about my kids. When they grow up, how it's gonna be, and where they are gonna be, and who they are gonna be. Now this is part of my goal.
We are live in Las Vegas, Nevada at the MGM Grand Garden Arena here on the Las Vegas Strip as we get set for our next bout here at a sold-out MGM Grand Garden Arena. Raymond Morataya against Jeremiah Nakatila. Oscar Valdez and Adam Lopez. The rematch between those two junior lightweights will be after that. And then the undisputed lightweight championship of the world is on the line as Devin Haney defends against Vasiliy Lomachenko. Eric Rothman and the former champ Chris Algieri here with you ringside. And our next bout, Chris, 10 rounds between Raymond Morataya and Jeremiah Nakatila. And for Morataya, I know you were talking about this as a big step-up fight for him. He's 17-0, but hasn't faced the type of competition he will tonight.
Yeah, this would be the first name of note on his record. Nakatila is a dangerous guy. I mean, this is a big step up for Raymond Morataya. I'm very high on Morataya. I've called a bunch of his fights, and he's a talented kid. He's a very dynamic offense. He's physically strong. He's in fantastic condition. A lot of upside for Raymond Morataya, but Nakatila is no easy touch for anybody at this weight class. The guy has a big punch. He's got a big right hand. He's tall. He's long, and he's pretty smart in that ring. So there he is.
And you see Nakatila there, and he's a guy who's 33 years old. He has the experience. He's 23-2 in his career, and a guy who's been in there with the best of them. He's fought Shakur Stevenson in the past. He has a victory under his belt against Miguel Burchelt, the biggest fight win of Nakatila's career. And so, obviously, big plans for Raymond Morataya, but an opportunity for him here in this fight to show that he can take his game to the next level.
Yeah, also an opportunity for Nakatila to get another big win. Yeah. I mean, after the Shakur Stevenson fight, a lot of people were coming down hard on Shakur, not realizing how good Nakatila really was. And then we saw the Burchelt fight, what happened there, and we're like, oh wow, this guy's for real.
33-year-old Nakatila, 26-year-old Morataya. The height advantage for Nakatila, but you see the power punch connect numbers for Raymond Morataya. 50% clip. He's landing his power punches, but again, hasn't been in the ring with somebody as crafty as a veteran as Nakatila is. So I would be shocked to see those numbers here in that fight in this fight for Morataya.
Yeah, you also got to think about Nakatila also fought Shakur Stevenson, so that's going to bring down your connect.
Well, that's true.
Power shots on all your fights coming forward.
doesn't help the stats when you go against Shakur Stevenson. Stevenson actually in attendance here tonight, so I'm taking some pictures with fans. Nakatila's last fight out came in March of last year, so it's a long layoff, but boy, what a statement win it was.
Yeah, I was actually in the arena that night calling the fight, and I mean, he was super sharp. The right hand couldn't miss, and he had Burchelt in a world of trouble, all from the opening bell pretty much. You know, he's big for the weight class, he's tall, he's long, and he's got a cannon for a right hand. And he was able to find Burchelt early and often in that bout, put him down several times, and with the upset knockout win for Nakatila.
What are you looking to learn about Morataya in this fight?
What he looks like against a dangerous opponent, because Nakatila can punch, and so he's got that right hand, he's tall, he's long, like I said. So is he going to be the same dynamic offensive fighter that he has been with lesser opponents when he has someone in front of him who can actually hit back and hurt him? We'll see.
Have you seen enough of Morataya defensively thus far in his career, or would you like to see some of that tonight?
Well, I mean, I've seen him get clipped before. I've seen him, take some damage in fights. So I'm curious to see what he does with a guy who can really punch. It's always different when you have people in front of you that maybe can't hurt you. When you fight somebody for real and you have to really hone in. We saw that with Gervonta Davis when he fought Ryan Garcia. We never saw that defensive prowess from him, but he had someone in front of him who was dangerous. He took the next level in terms of his defense and stepped up his game.
Over a year layoff for Nakatila. Cause for concern?
It is because of his age. So he's 33 years old for these weight classes. That's usually thought about as being on the other side of the hill per se. But it might also be good because it's time off. Let his body rest. So it's kind of how you look at it. We won't really know until we see it.
Should be a fantastic 10-round fight at the 135-pound limit between Jeremiah Nakatila and Raymond Morataya. Morataya, just 26 years old, 17-0 in his professional career, 14 knockouts for Morataya under his belt. Nakatila, 23-2. One of those losses coming to Shakur Stevenson. Nakatila has been there against tough opponents, and again, coming off his most recent fight, a victory against Miguel Burchelt, as we are moments away from the ring walk between those two. And just to let our fans know, Chris, you and I during that break went back into the dressing room area. Andrew Maloney seems to be okay. He was standing, he was talking with his family, he had his son in his arms. No cause for concern as far as we're aware after that big knockout, so that's good to see.
Yeah, no, it's great to see. I mean, that was a scary knockout. He's still going to probably go to the hospital and get checked out, make sure everything's okay, but yeah, it does seem like he's okay, so that's a very good thing.
And the question is, will Raymond Morataya be able to deliver like Junto Nakatani did? Will he get his 15th knockout of his young career against the veteran Jeremiah Nakatila by way of Namibia? Nakatila, quite the character as a veteran in this sport, not only a boxer, but a police officer in his home country of Namibia. So as he walks to the ring looking to bring some law and order to Las Vegas here tonight.
Always smiling is Nakatila. He's great when he's in the fighter meetings. He's very gregarious, has a big personality to go along with that big punch.
Nakatila, again, the 14-month layoff. He's currently ranked number 15 by the WBO, ranked number 18 by the WBC, and a lot of that I would assume has to do with the layoff as well, because his biggest win of his career came in his last fight. And Morataya, a guy that if he wants to start getting in the conversation for those bigger fights and get out of that prospect conversation and into a contender, you got to start taking these leaps. You got to start taking these steps up and see what you're made of, especially on a big stage like this. Pay-per-view, global broadcast on the undercard of an undisputed lightweight championship fight. A real opportunity here for Raymond Morataya.
Yeah, huge step up, not only in terms of competition, but like you said, the stage. These are those milestone fights that you look for when you're a young fighter.
Just the second 10-round fight of the career of Raymond Morataya. His first 10-rounder ended in the 9th round with a knockout win. He's gone 8 rounds one time. He has a 7th round knockout to his name as well. He's been active. He's been getting those reps. He fought 3 times last year, and he fought once this year in March when he defeated Humberto Galindo in the 9th round of their fight. Crowd here at the MGM Grand Garden Arena starting to fill out as we inch closer to our main event. Scheduled for 8 p.m. local time. The ring walks for Haney and Lomachenko. That's 11 p.m. Eastern time here in the U.S. And when you're on an undercard like this as an up-and-comer, Chris, are you solely focused? I'll ask you the question in a moment as we get our ring introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome inside the MGM Grand Garden Arena here in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. This is boxing. This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum. Brought to you this evening by Boost Mobile, money is power. By AutoZone, get in the zone. By Bud Light, the official beer of celebrations. C4 Energy, energy that hits. And DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the app today. This bout is scheduled for 10 rounds for the NABF and WBO Global Lightweight titles. Our judges at ringside, Tim Cheatham, Chris Migliori, and David Sutherland. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Robert Hoyle. Introducing first out of the blue corner. He weighed in at 133.6 pounds, wearing black and gold trunks. His record, 23 victories with 2 defeats. 19 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Windhoek, Namibia, Jeremiah Loki Nakatia. Introducing out of the red corner. He weighed in at 133.9 pounds, wearing pink trunks with white trim. His record, a perfect one. 17 fights, 17 victories. 14 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Fontana, California, Raymond Danger Murataya.
Okay, gentlemen, we went over my expectations in the dressing room, okay? Any punches here on the belt line will be legal. Anything here will be legal. You can go ahead and touch them up. Let's scoot back.
Murataya and Nakatila ready to go for a 10-rounder. And Chris, what I was going to ask you right before the introductions, for Murataya, in a big stage like this, on a big card, a young fighter trying to take that next step in your career, how do you stay focused on the task at hand, not get caught up in this whole circus going on around you?
I mean, it's almost impossible. You're going to get caught up in it, but you want to go out there and perform. But pressure makes diamonds, man. That's what these young fighters want to be. That's where they want to go. I'm getting chills thinking about it, because it really is an incredible experience with these young fighters.
Murataya in the pink trunks, Nakatila black trunks. Round number 1 of a scheduled 10. Coming up after this fight, Adam Lopez and Oscar Valdez, their rematch in the 10-round junior lightweight fight. And then Vasiliy Lomachenko and Devin Haney in our main event.
Both guys had some big swings, not much landed leathers thus far. So a big swing and a miss of load up with the right hand from Nakatila.
Both of these guys, plenty of knockouts in their careers. Murataya, 17 wins, 14 knockouts. Nakatila, 23 wins, 19 knockouts. Expect to see some fireworks as this fight goes on.
33 KOs between these two guys. It's impressive.
We've already had one knockout of the year contender in the fight prior to this from Junto Nakatani. We'll see if these two can deliver as well. And you heard the big round of applause from the Murataya fans as he was introduced. He's from Fontana, California, and very clearly traveling well. A big contingent of fans here rooting him on.
Yeah, he's looking really sharp right now as well, so those fans should be happy with what's happening so far in this first round. Nice chopping overhand right from Murataya.
Flush on the left cheek of Nakatila.
Murataya looks very sharp, very crisp right now. Defensively sound, fast hands, nice reactions, good roll there. Nakatila looks a little stiff. You had mentioned the long layoff. Could be a function of that.
If you've had a layoff like that, Chris, how long does it take you in an actual fight to shake that off? Because obviously you've been training, and he catches a left hook there from Murataya. I mean, is there a time frame you go into the fight saying, oh, it's going to take me a couple rounds, 3-4 rounds to figure this out?
I mean, from someone like myself who's had a bunch of long layoffs on my career, I think it just depends on the fighter. For me, I mean, like I said, I've always said I'm a rhythm fighter. I find that in sparring anyway, so I never felt like ring rust really affected me, per se, but you never know. With a guy like Nakatila, he's not as smooth as you can see. He can be stiff at times. It might affect him a little more.
Murataya landing some nice punches here in the first round. Nice opening round for Raymond Danger Morataya from Fontana, California. See Robert Garcia in his corner, former trainer of the year and a former IBF junior lightweight world champion in his own right.
And my buddy and former trainer, Robert Garcia. I know he's very high on Raymond. We speak about him in the past. I've pulled a couple of his fights. He says that he's one of his more talented guys.
Nakatila trained by Nestor Tobias. Nakatila, native of Namibia, where he still lives. 9-year pro. And he is only fighting for the 3rd time here in the United States.
All right, so let's go. All right, let's not let him land, all right?
I wonder, Chris, if location and the fact that he still lives in Namibia has something to do with the long layoffs. Tougher to get fights, and maybe if you were living in Las Vegas or New York or wherever it might be.
That's a thought. I'm actually surprised that he's coming off such a long layoff. I'm sorry, you had such a long layoff coming off that Burchell win.
Right.
I mean, that was, you would think that would help his career, but maybe it just showed how dangerous he is.
Morataya, for only being 26 years old, Chris, seems very patient in the ring.
Yeah, no, he's boxing really, really well. Looks super smooth. Slip there from. Like I mentioned in round number 1, defensively sound as well. I mean, rolling with those shots nicely, hands in good position, changing levels with his head movement and his shoulder rhythm.
Down low with the straight left hand on that one. Changing levels on Nakatila. And back up with the left and the chin of Nakatila.
Looks very twitchy. Good reactions. Quick, explosive.
It does seem like Nakatila's coming straight forward, though. Not a ton of side-to-side movement.
Yeah, that's kind of his style. He's tall, he's long, he's a right-hand puncher. He comes forward, he fights long. There's that big right hand.
Good response from Morataya.
Yeah, that was one of the things in the Burchell fight. Nakatila had no problem finding Burchell, because Burchell really not known as a guy who moves his head very well. He's been in a lot of wars. Nice left hook by Morataya there. But Nakatila struggled with Shakur Stevenson, who, I mean, everyone does, but but he had trouble landing anything meaningful in that fight.
It's like fighting a marionette puppet. All over the place.
Morataya needs to be careful, though. He is circling into that vaunted right hand of Nakatila. I would be cautious about going to his left one for that right hand.
Well, it seems like Morataya has been just waiting each time Nakatila comes forward and reaches out and finds him. And now Morataya on the attack. Nakatila in the corner. Nakatila is done. Raymond Morataya. What a statement here in Las Vegas.
I think that was a little premature, but Nakatila was in a bad way.
Second round KO for Raymond Morataya. Catches Nakatila in the corner, and referee Robert Hoyle stops the fight. Well, you see why, Chris. Robert Garcia has such high expectations for this young man.
Yeah, that was a big statement win against a name opponent and a dangerous puncher.
He seized that moment so quickly.
It just looked like he was setting traps. He was setting up punches all night long. Very cerebral performance from Raymond Morataya tonight. I think we're going to see a lot from this young man in the coming future.
And the fans here love it as well. Easy work for Raymond Morataya.
Here we see the right hands over the top, right on the chin, very, very precise. And then some looping shots. And you saw when the head went up like that, that was when the ref was like, you know what? Let me stop this before it gets any worse. Again, I thought it was a touch premature, but nonetheless, most likely it would have been the same result. Big shots.
It's this one right there. When the head snaps back, that's when Robert Hoyle stepped in.
When the head went back and the chin went way up in the air. Oof, that right hand. He was actually hurt, but prior to this, he got clipped with a right hand towards the center of the ring, went towards the ropes, and Morataya really just couldn't miss.
He looks so strong for 135.
Yeah, I mean, his physique is incredible. You know, the power's obviously there. You know, Nakatila, he's been in with Burchell. Burchell can punch. Granted, you know, Burchell maybe wasn't the same guy he was a couple years ago. He can still punch it, and for Morataya to make a statement like this and get Nakatila out of there the way he did, it's a massive accomplishment.
So Raymond Morataya improves to 18-0 with 15 knockouts in his career, just the third loss for the 33-year-old Nakatila.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside the MGM Grand Garden Arena, referee Robert Hoyle calls a stop to this bout at 2 minutes, 48 seconds of round number 2. For your winner by technical knockout, and now the NABF and WBO Global Lightweight Champion, Raymond Danger Morataya!
Big things ahead for Raymond Morataya. Bernardo Osuna getting ready to interview the winner in the ring.
Tonight, what was the difference?
This time, man, I was so prepared for this fight, man. I've been training for this fight. I've been training for all these next fights I have, man. I've just been so dedicated, man, and so focused. I'm just ready for anybody now.
What message did you try to send to the entire lightweight division with that performance?
I mean, I think I sent a big message. Nobody has ever stopped Nakatila. I just stopped him in the second round. So I think that's a huge statement.
When you look at the landscape, obviously the undisputed champion is fighting Vasiliy Lomachenko tonight. That's why it was so important to make a statement. Who do you want to fight next?
I want the winner. I want the winner of the main event. That's who I want.
Even though there's a Shakur Stevenson out there, there's Tank Davis, there's a lot of big names, you deserve Devin Haney after tonight?
Absolutely, man. I think I showed it fight after fight. I just want the main event, man, and hopefully I get it.
3 consecutive knockouts for this man who gets his 17th victory.
Lofty goals for Raymond Morataya, calling out the winner of Haney and Lomachenko, and whether or not he gets that or not, there are plenty of names for him to go up against in a completely stacked 135-pound division. And so lots of opportunities upcoming, I think, towards the end of 2023 and into 2024 for Raymond Morataya.
Yeah, I think there's a few more steps and a few more fights before we see him stepping up with the undisputed champions of the world. But incredible performance from Morataya tonight. Like we said, it seemed like he was just very cerebral, very aware, setting up his shots, knew what he wanted to do, knew what he had in front of him, and was really, it was that right hand over the top, set up by left hands that had Nakatila in trouble, had him hurt in the center of the ring. Then you saw that step from Nakatila, and he backed straight up against the ropes, and Morataya came in and just unloaded with right hands. Really couldn't miss. And referee had seen enough after a couple of those big shots, popped the head back of Nakatila as he lay helpless along the ropes.
Ooh. He just looked so laser focused from the moment that fight started, completely locked in. So congratulations to Raymond Morataya, a well-deserved early win for him. You heard about the amount of prep work he did coming into this fight, and it showed as he pulls off the early victory against Jeremiah Nakatila. Just a little while, we will have our main event of the evening. Vasiliy Lomachenko up against Devin Haney for the undisputed lightweight championship of the world. Both fighters in the zone, both fighters ready to go. This is by far the biggest stage for both of these guys. An undisputed lightweight championship on the line. A lot of talking back and forth, mainly done on the Haney side. But before we get to that, Valdez Lopez Part 2. These two have met once before in a fantastic fight back in 2019. Adam Lopez almost pulling off the miraculous upset. Lopez making a name for himself that night, and a crash course as Valdez comes back from injury as they meet again here as the chief support for Haney and Lomachenko. So it'll be Lopez and Valdez leading up to Lomachenko and Haney. Eric Rothman, Chris Algieri here with you. What are you expecting, Chris, from the Lopez-Valdez second fight? That was a fight, for those of you who don't remember, where Lopez took the fight as a last-second replacement 24 hours before the fight because Valdez's original opponent missed weight. It'll be an interesting test. Chris, I'll get your answer, but before that, we have a special 10 count in the ring, and we go to Mark Chinook.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Yesterday, the world lost an icon. Jim Brown was a giant on the field and off. A 9-time Pro Bowler and NFL champion as a running back for the Cleveland Browns. Following his playing career, he became a leading man on the silver screen, starring in numerous feature films. He was an activist, using his tremendous influence to become a leading figure in the civil rights movement. Brown was an avid supporter and confidant of Muhammad Ali, an original founder of Top Rank, and a passionate supporter of the sweet science. In keeping with boxing tradition, we toll the memorial count of 10 in honor of Mr. Jim Brown. May he rest in peace.
A legend in sports, in society. Jim Brown passing away earlier this week. And speaking personally, Chris, somebody like myself who went to Syracuse University, Jim Brown put that institution on the map, not only as one of the greatest football players of all time, but arguably, from those who are in the know of the sport, the greatest lacrosse player of all time as well. A multifaceted individual on and off the field, no matter what sport he was playing, and he has left a lasting impact not only in the sports he played, but you heard in the ring there from Mark Chinook, in boxing as well, with his relationship with Bob Arum and Muhammad Ali.
Did not know that about him as a lacrosse player. That's I always learn things working with you, Eric.
And the relationship, there was a couple of tweets that Bob Arum sent out after the passing of Jim Brown. It was actually Brown who convinced Bob Arum to take a shot at being a promoter and using that relationship that they both had with Muhammad Ali. Of course, Arum's first fight that he promoted was a 1965 fight of Muhammad Ali's, and Bob Arum said in that tweet, there would be no Top Rank if there was no Jim Brown.
Wow, that's an incredible bit of history there. We wouldn't be in this room right now if it wasn't for Jim Brown then.
Yeah, absolutely. And what an organization and promotional outfit that this has become. And obviously Bob Arum taking the reins and running with it. But a long, storied relationship between Arum and Brown and Muhammad Ali. So great opportunity for us to honor the legend Jim Brown before our next fight. between Oscar Valdez and Adam Lopez, a 10-round junior lightweight fight as Valdez bounces back from injury, Chris. He was originally, a couple months ago, supposed to fight Emmanuel Navarrete, had to drop out of that fight due to injury. I believe he said it was a couple of broken ribs that he was dealing with. And the question is, what kind of health, what kind of status is he in against a very live dog in Adam Lopez?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we called the first fight with Adam Lopez and Valdez, where Valdez was actually knocked down in that fight by Adam Lopez with a left hook. This is no easy touch. Coming off of a rib injury, which takes a long time to heal, if it ever heals, depending on what kind of injury you've got. Adam Lopez is no easy touch, man. He's a tough guy. He's always in good fights. He's got a brilliant jab. He's good. He's a good boxer. He's got a good chin. He's come up short in recent years against some of the top guys, but I think with this fight, there's a little extra added blood here. They've got some extra added bad blood. I think the Mexican machismo is going to guarantee us a great fight.
Losses for Adam Lopez over the last couple of years, as you mentioned, Chris, against very notable names: Oscar Valdez, Isaac Dogbe, Abraham Nova. So Lopez has never turned down a big fight. His case in point is the first fight against Valdez, as I mentioned, took the fight less than 24 hours notice. Lopez was supposed to be on the undercard of that fight that we
at the weight class below as well.
It was a weight class below and then a different opponent and a different fight. Not only did he knock down Valdez early in that fight, frankly, I thought that fight was stopped early.
Yeah.
No doubt that Valdez was taking the middle rounds, and he did knock down Lopez. I believe it was in the 5th round. But with a stoppage that happened, it seemed like Lopez had some more on the tank, so I have to imagine a couple of years later now that Lopez still has that chip on his shoulder.
Well, I vividly remember Adam Lopez saying the reason that he took that fight, even though he was jumping up in weight class on short notice, was that he knew in his heart that he could always beat Oscar Valdez, which is why we're seeing him here again tonight.
And the question also for Oscar Valdez is not only his health, but is he still at that top form? Obviously, the plan was for him to fight Navarrete. There was the controversy with the drug test prior to fight. Exactly, the Hudson Conceição fight. It's been a topsy-turvy couple years for Oscar Valdez, and I'm sure he's looking at this fight as a statement to say, I'm back, I'm here, I'm ready and healthy for Emmanuel Navarrete.
Yeah, and Oscar Valdez, he's 32 years of age, which for these lighter weight classes is getting up there, but also he's got a very long career when you think about his amateur pedigree and how many fights he's had, when he was younger and now his pro career. So yeah, that really is the question. Is this the same Oscar Valdez that we knew of in championship form?
You saw the betting odds for Lopez, 7-1 underdog. Adam Lopez, the younger fighter, but he does have a few inches of height on Oscar Valdez. And again, Lopez has already knocked down Valdez. What, if anything, can he take from that first fight and translate now a couple years later into the second meeting? We shall see. 30-1 Oscar Valdez in his career. The only loss coming to Teofimo Lopez. Excuse me, my apologies, Shakur Stevenson. I knew that didn't sound right. Shakur Stevenson defeating Oscar Valdez in a 12-round unanimous decision. That was the last fight for Valdez a little over a year ago, and it's been an injury-plagued year for Valdez, and surely just thrilled to be back in the ring at all.
Gentlemen, welcome inside the MGM Grand Garden Arena here in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. This is boxing. This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter, Mr. Bob Arum. Brought to you this evening by Boost Mobile. Money is power. By AutoZone, get in the zone. By Bud Light, the official beer of celebrations. By C4 Energy, energy that hits. And DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the app today. This bout is scheduled for 10 rounds in the junior lightweight division. Our judges at ringside, Max DeLuca, Benoit Hussein, and Don Trella. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Alan Huggins. Introducing first, out of the blue corner. He weighed in at 132.1 pounds, wearing navy blue trunks. His record, 16 victories, 4 defeats, 1 no contest. 6 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Los Angeles, California, Adam Bluenos Lopez. Introducing out of the red corner. He weighed in at 132.1 pounds, wearing gold trunks with black trim. His record, 30 victories, 1 defeat, 23 of those victories coming by way of knockout. He is a 2-time Mexican Olympian, former featherweight world champion, former junior lightweight world champion, from Nogales, Sonora, Mexico, Oscar Valdez.
Adam. Oscar. Gentlemen, you both received your instructions. Obey my command. Protect yourselves at all times. Everything out here is good. Everything up here is good. Touch gloves. Good luck. Seconds out. Seconds out.
Valdez and Lopez underway, and we want to welcome our friends watching on Sky Sports in the UK and Ireland. We appreciate you joining us here in Las Vegas, Nevada, alongside the former world champ Chris Algieri. I'm Eric Rothman. A fantastic Chiefs support bout, a rematch between Oscar Valdez and Adam Bluenos Lopez. A fight that was an all-out brawl back in 2019, and we do it again in the Chiefs support before the Vasiliy Lomachenko, Devin Haney undisputed lightweight championship fight coming up. And already Oscar Valdez landing a powerful left hand.
Oscar's looking very sharp, came out with his jab. He's actually out-jabbing the jabber to start round number 1, and then landed a nice left hook upstairs as well.
Valdez talked about how hungry he is. He knows he has a lot of doubters, a lot of faders, and a lot of people asking the question, does he still have it? And I think he's looking to make a statement here tonight.
Yeah, he certainly seems like he has had a chip on his shoulder for the past couple of years, and he's bringing it into the ring with him tonight. He looks very, very focused.
Lopez trying to get in on the inside. Lopez, 27 years old. 16-4 is his record. Valdez, 32 years old with a 30-1 record. His last fight, his lone loss against Shakur Stevenson, coming in April of last year.
Yeah, from Adam Lopez, you want to look out for. He's got a very good jab, especially his double jab. Nice uppercut there from Valdez, answered by Valdez with a left hook.
Great combination on the inside from Valdez. Connects with both hands.
As I was saying about Lopez, he's got great lateral movement side to side, changes directions really well, very mobile, and has a good double jab. That's pretty much his good feint there as well. But Valdez, big left hook, good amateur pedigree, great technique, physically strong and explosive.
And look no further than his knockout of Miguel Burchelt as to the power that he can put forth as he goes down to the body with the right hand under a minute to go here in the opening round.
One of the knocks on Adam Lopez in the last couple of years is he starts slow. He tends to get into, falls behind on the cards early on, finds his way in the middle rounds, and then ends strong, oftentimes being on the wrong side of close decisions.
That was the exact opposite of what occurred in their last fight, much to Oscar Valdez's surprise when Lopez put him on the canvas in the second round before Lopez coming back to win a TKO victory in the 7th against Lopez.
Yeah, oddly, I think the element of surprise helped Adam Lopez in the last fight. Not so much in this one. You know, Oscar knows what he's got in front of him. He knows the guy can hurt him, knows he's dangerous.
Good first round from Oscar Valdez in his return to the ring. Oscar Valdez, a sharp first round. The question is, I guess, Chris, for you, at 32 years old, Valdez has been to the mountaintop before. He's eyeing Emmanuel Navarrete. That fight was supposed to happen a few months ago. Obviously, Valdez, with the injury, had to withdraw from that fight. Does he have what it takes to get back to the mountaintop? And if he were to win here tonight, can he contend with Emmanuel Navarrete?
Yeah, I think that's the fight to be made. I was very excited and kind of surprised that fight was booked when it was originally booked. But yeah, I think that fight makes the most sense with a win here against Adam Lopez. Either way, I think the winner here fights Navarrete.
Navarrete has been dominant in 2 divisions over the past few years, making a name for himself, knocking off Isaac Dogbe twice en route to his first title. He has fought often and delivered quite a bit of punishment. Valdez wants a piece of it. He's got to get through Adam Lopez first.
Yeah, one thing about Navarrete, though, he's looked more and more human as he's gone up in weight. He was a bit of a weight bully when he was down at 122 and 126. At 130, I think him and Oscar Valdez is a great fight.
Adam Lopez is no slouch. Has never said no to a big fight, and a great combination ends with an uppercut from Lopez. Now Valdez returns, a counterpunch from Lopez. Great exchange here to start round 2.
Very sharp, nice punch selection from Adam Lopez, up and under and over the top. Good dig to the body there from Valdez.
Valdez returns fire. This is very reminiscent of their first fight, letting their hands go early.
Yeah, it just seems that Adam Lopez has some form of Valdez's number. He finds those spots. He's very confident when he's in the ring with him. There's that big sweeping hook from Valdez, just misses.
Adam Lopez does not lack self-confidence.
No, that's true. But sometimes he does early in fights with guys that he really could be outboxing, but lets them take charge early. We're not seeing that here with Valdez.
Going toe-to-toe with Oscar Valdez here in the second round.
I like what Adam's doing. He's taking some of the power off these shots. He's letting Valdez load up, seeing the punches coming, making them miss, and then just touching them up.
If you're Valdez, Chris, when you have that rib injury that you mentioned, doesn't necessarily ever go away. You can heal, you can feel better. Is it always in the back of your mind the next time you step in the ring?
Not if you want to be successful. You got to leave that in the gym. You know, if you got an injury, you know, you'd be surprised how often fighters go into fights with existing injuries. You just leave it in the back of your mind. You go out there and you go to work.
Happened most recently in the Ryan Garcia-Gervonta Davis fight. It was revealed after that fight that Davis had a rib injury, and that was exactly where Davis was able to end the fight.
I've gotten into more than a few fights with broken bones, whether they're ribs, wrists, hands, knuckles, whatever. Just, you know, what we do for a living is damaging. Good work. Good slick movement from Adam Lopez as Valdez hitting nothing but air here in round number 2.
Lopez almost trying to bait Valdez into some of these swings and misses.
Oh, big shot there from Valdez over the top. Catches Lopez pulling in.
Lopez landed on the body, but Valdez quickly returning up top.
You can see the difference in explosiveness and power. Valdez, obviously the puncher of the two. Lopez using more boxing ability and slickness.
Good back and forth second round here in Las Vegas.
Here we see that beautiful combination from Lopez. Comes up with the right uppercut, left hook combination, then slips back out and comes up with the lead uppercut, and then defends on the way out, keeping that right hand high, because Valdez's punch of choice is that left hook. Great exchange there from Lopez. Smart work. There you see, goes around the glove with the hook and then comes up the middle with the uppercut. and taking the power off the punches. Just letting his hands go, touching Valdez up, because he knows Valdez is going to load up, try and land that left hook.
Technique-wise, and this is a novice in me trying to make something maybe out of nothing, Chris, but Lopez seems very square to Valdez, and while Valdez hasn't been able to find him yet, you mentioned that slick defense. I imagine if he stays that square and slows down as the fight goes on, it'll be even easier for Valdez to find him.
Yeah, Lopez, he's got that great lateral movement, changes directions really well. He uses that more of his defense than his upper body. He doesn't move his head a whole lot. He uses his feet and his direction to make guys miss. Nice double, triple jab there from Lopez.
Lopez has already thrown more punches. A big sweeping right hand clips the nose of Adam Lopez. Uppercut and get out of the way. That's what Lopez was trying to do. Over the top with the left. Valdez, nice combination.
Now, we mentioned the lateral movement of Lopez. Valdez made a nice little change to his attack. He's throwing punches to where Adam is going. Very smart. Anticipating his movement and catching him on the way.
20 for 46 power punches landed for Oscar Valdez.
High percentage. That's one thing about Lopez, though. He's only been stopped that one time, and like you said, it was questionable, and it was against Valdez, but he seems to take punches quite well.
Even in the fights where he's not fighting a big name, he seems to take a lot of punishment. And it just seems like every fight that Lopez is in comes down to the wire or is just a gritty, grinded-out type of victory.
Yeah, even guys that he's head and shoulders above in terms of technique and skill, he pretty much gets upset if you don't hit him.
Oh, nice right hand. Back-to-back right hands from Oscar Valdez. Now Lopez in the corner trying to dance his way out of it. Valdez has him in his sights. Lopez says, come on, let's go. I'll stand right here all day.
Defending in the corner with his hands down. Talk about confidence.
Confidence or stupidity. I don't know which one of the two. Oh, toe-to-toe here in the third.
Lopez using that nice angled footwork to get his way out. And even though Valdez has the power advantage in exchanges, it seems like the shorter, tighter punches of Lopez are more effective.
Valdez, the fan favorite here in Las Vegas. A lot of support when he was introduced in the ring. Very proud Mexican fighter. Always puts on a show, and he's got Lopez back in the corner once again.
Yeah, you mentioned proud Mexican fighter. This fight is all about pride between these two guys. Both have a lot to prove. And a lot on the line.
Absolutely. Devin Haney getting the gloves on. His dad Bill, his trainer. And Haney ready to defend his undisputed lightweight championship. The first time he'll be defending it here in the United States. He defended it once against George Kambosos in Australia in the rematch. Haney took the belts the first time around. Not to take anything away from George Kambosos, who is a hell of a warrior, Chris, but this is a completely different animal in Vasiliy Lomachenko.
Yeah, that's an understatement of the century. Trying to compare Kambosos and Lomachenko. Kambosos seemed to have been tailor-made for Devin Haney's style as a boxer and technician. Lomachenko is the Matrix. Totally different kind of fighter. Offensively, defensively, just a truly special generational talent.
Oscar Valdez has been the more efficient puncher so far through 3 rounds, landing 38% of his punches to Adam Lopez, who has landed just 17%.
Nice jab there from Valdez. Pops the head back up.
Does it again.
Lopez, yeah. His jab has been sharp when he uses it. It's when he's loaded up on punches that he's been outboxed.
11 for 49 jabs landed and thrown by Oscar Valdez. And this is the fight we expected to see.
Yeah, I mean, but Lopez did a great job of getting out of the way of those left hooks. He knows the left hook is coming. That's Valdez's favorite punch, his most dangerous punch, and he's doing a very good job at evading it.
Speaking of evasive, Oscar Valdez changing levels defensively.
Yeah, we keep talking about the boxing skills of Adam Lopez, but Oscar Valdez is a hell of a boxer, too. We saw that in the Burchell fight.
What a knockout that fight produced.
But even before the knockout, his performance was fantastic.
Yes.
Valdez looked incredible that night.
Well, it's also important to put into context what that fight was hyped up to be coming into it. Valdez was very much the underdog. Burchell, up until that point, had just steamrolled everybody in the division.
I was predicting Burchell to win that fight.
Yep.
He was on
I think
such
a lot of people
roll.
were.
I just thought he was too big, too strong, but it turned out that Valdez was too smart.
Yep, Valdez wore him down.
Which is why the Navarrete fight is such an intriguing matchup. It's a very similar thought process as the Burchell fight.
And straight right hand from Valdez before a left to the body.
Valdez putting on a ton of pressure here. Round number 4.
It almost seems like Lopez is a little too focused defensively.
Yeah,
hasn't been letting his hands go.
That happens a lot early in rounds with Adam Lopez. He falls behind because he just isn't busy enough with his hands, even though he's using his feet and his head movement well. And depending on judges, a lot of judges don't like a guy who's constantly moving side to side, especially if he's not throwing effectively.
He's not throwing effectively, only landing 17% of his punches.
And you got Valdez, who's consistently putting on the pressure.
Seizing every opportunity like that one with a straight right hand to the jaw of Lopez.
Valdez's left jab has been very precise tonight. Needs to do more of that, less of those big hooks.
Now Lopez comes on in the final 10 seconds of round number 4.
Smart of Lopez to dig to the body.
Up until that last flurry, Chris, Lopez had only landed 3 body shots the entire fight.
¿Cómo se sienten los que vienen? Qué bueno. Son 4 roundcitos, ¿eh?
Here we said Lopez letting his hands go, and then Valdez throwing those big hooks. Not much landed by either man in that sequence, but good two-way sustained action between the two.
You feel good? All right, give me some Vaseline on it. I'll get it. You just open it. Okay, let me see. All right. All right. Gotcha. Thumbs up.
Round 5 was scheduled 10 between Adam Lopez and Oscar Valdez. Valdez looking for a coming out party after a year away from the ring due to injury. Lopez more active here to start the 5th.
I'm pretty sure his corner told him they need to pick up the output and let those hands go. You can't just move and expect to win these rounds. Lopez goes back down to the body.
There's that jab again by Lopez. And then, excuse me, by Valdez. Lopez responds with an uppercut that landed flush.
Yeah, Valdez has most success when he throws the straight jab and uses the punches like that to cut off the lateral movement of Lopez, walking him into shots.
Swooping right hand from Valdez lands spot on.
That's one thing about Valdez. He's one of the most effective looping punchers at the high-level championship level. You don't see a lot of world champions throw looping shots. Valdez almost does it exclusively when he throws power punches, but does it really, really precisely and accurately.
I'll tell you one other guy who does it as well is Emmanuel Navarrete.
Yeah,
those two fight.
Oh!
Huge left hand swoops in. There's one of those looping lefts from Valdez. Lopez took it well.
Yeah, Lopez has some chin on him.
If these two guys wanted to fight like every 3 or 4 months, I would sign up for that.
Yep. Pay these men. Let them do it. If I'm Valdez and I win this fight, I'm hiring Adam Lopez as my sparring partner for my next fight.
Good combination, 1-2 from Lopez, who shakes off the sweat from his afro.
I'm always surprised when these guys fight with so much hair, because every punch that lands, whether it's blocked, partially blocked or not, makes that hair move and look so dramatic.
End of the 5th round between Lopez and Valdez. Good. So midway through the fight, Chris, and it seems like Valdez has done enough to be in control of the scorecard so far.
Yeah, I'm having trouble giving Lopez rounds. I gave him the 2nd round. Other than that, it just hasn't been offensively active enough. And Valdez putting all that pressure and throwing more punches. I mean, this is boxing. You gotta be effectively aggressive and landing clean punches.
I think obviously we know Valdez for his knockout capabilities. That's what's made him famous. Obviously, the Miguel Burchell fight, the epitome of that power. But what we're seeing here is how athletic he is defensively as well. That's not to say that Lopez hasn't landed some punches, because he has, but I think the movement of Valdez is pretty underrated.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned that he has very good boxing skills as well. He's a high-level amateur. You know, he's gotten this far as a pro, multiple division world champion. But you know, he's highly skilled as a boxer as well. He's just so effective with his power punch. And we often think of him as more of that. Cutting off the ring, just walking Adam Lopez down. Quick hands from Adam Lopez.
Valdez seemed to be blocking most of those shots, though, Chris.
Oh, yeah, but Valdez is working. He's actually throwing punches, which is good. And Valdez is throwing and missing.
Accidental clash of heads there.
His hard jab snaps the head back of Adam Lopez. You notice, good counter right hand from Lopez. You notice the redness on the face of Valdez. That's something that you see pretty much in every fight from him. His face tends to mark up and get beat red pretty early on.
Good change of angles by Lopez, mixing it up a little bit, but Valdez.
Yeah, but to your point.
Yeah, effortless on the defensive end.
And defense from Valdez. And that was a big output from Lopez. If I'm Valdez, I'm coming back strong right now.
He tried with the overhand right.
Fair warning there for a shot behind the head.
I'm impressed, too, with Valdez's patience, Chris. You think after a year in the ring, maybe you'd be a little bit eager, maybe get out in front of yourself, but Valdez, very experienced, and he's been really picking his spots.
Well, I think he also knows what he has in front of him. It's a man he's already been in the ring with. That surprise is gone now. And also, he knows how good he is. He had prepared very well for Adam Lopez. He's a great boxer, and we're seeing that preparation paying off.
Lopez has been the more active of the two here in this round, but a lot of those punches have been defended well by Oscar Valdez.
Yeah, the defense from Valdez this round has been very impressive. Unfortunately for Adam Lopez, a lot of the things that he does well aren't scoreable.
Now, we saw in that round, you know, he wanted to take chances. He wanted to start mixing it up, but had trouble landing. And it seems like, you know, you talked about how you're a rhythm fighter. It kind of seems like Adam Lopez is similar, that he gains that confidence after he lands a punch or two, starts having that swagger in the ring. And it's got to be dejecting, and I'm sure you could attest to this, when you're going up against a guy who's elusive and you're throwing everything you got at him and you're just not getting anything out of him.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that in the replays here. You know, Adam is being very busy and throwing shots, but it's Valdez who's making him miss and then landing clean shots like that one we just saw that left hook. Big roar from the crowd as Vasiliy the Matrix Lomachenko was on the big screen.
Were those boos or cheers for Lomachenko?
I think they were cheers. I saw a lot of Ukrainian flags this afternoon when I was walking around the strip. A lot of face paint with blue and yellow.
Be a fantastic main event. Devin Haney and Vasiliy Lomachenko. No doubt a ton of Haney supporters here as well. Haney lives in Las Vegas. He's from Oakland. We know Oakland sports fans will travel.
Good body shot there from Valdez. Partially blocked on the elbow from Lopez, but I'm telling you, those shots, even when you block them, you feel them.
It seemed like the first 3 rounds, Chris, Valdez very aggressive, landing those power punches. It slowed down a little bit. He only threw 10 power punches in the last round compared to 26 in each of the previous 3.
Yeah, but he's improved his defense. He was getting hit a little bit in those first couple rounds. The last couple rounds, Valdez's defense has been incredible. Still putting pressure, but being defensively sound on the way in and using more counter shots and setting traps for Lopez and his movement like that. That's one thing. I think Valdez is more successful when he throws the straight punches. When you've got an elusive guy like Lopez who's changing levels and changing angles, those looping shots are easy for him to see.
Trading jabs here. A little over a minute to go in round number 7. Valdez works the bodies. Lopez turns him, but not throwing any punches behind it.
And that's the problem. There's a gap between making that beautiful defensive move and footwork and then the actual offense. Good feint there from Lopez after he lands a counter right hand.
This combination ends with a right hook from Valdez. Now Lopez pushing Valdez back in the corner, and Valdez trying to fight out of position.
Good body work there from Lopez.
The most aggressive round of Adam Lopez in quite some time.
Doing a good job bodying Valdez, using his body to push him back.
Oh, lands a left hand at the end of the round.
¿Cómo se siente? ¿Te agarró ahí ahorita?
No.
Agárrale, ¿me fue? Ahí va, faltan 3 roundcitos.
Hey, we can't afford to let him get off. We can't afford to let him have his way.
Here we see a nice left hook over the top from Valdez. Here we see him ripping shots on both hands, but it's Lopez who's pushing Valdez back and throwing good body shots. It seemed to have had Valdez in a little bit of trouble towards the end of that round.
Yeah, that was an impressive round by Lopez. It seemed like he took what Valdez threw in stride, and that only made him more aggressive.
Yeah, it was actually a good round for Valdez until the last minute or so.
Yeah.
But again, to your point, Eric, Valdez not as busy, even though he's showing defensive prowess at the beginning of that round, but then Lopez got more aggressive offensively. Nice tricky shots there from Lopez, and you see him getting confident.
Lopez putting his hands on his hips and sticking his chin out in front of Valdez. Trying to goat Valdez into making a mistake, saying, come on, big guy, let's go. 1-2 punch from Lopez lands squarely.
Ooh, and a feint, cut angles.
Cheeky movement here from Adam Lopez in the 8th round.
Good feints there from Valdez, but nothing behind him.
And Chris, I don't want to say Valdez is giving away rounds, but he's not the last, I'd say, 2-3 rounds winning them convincingly.
No, he's leaving the door open for Lopez to win these rounds, or to take these rounds. And it won't take much, like the last round. Not much happened, and then Lopez finishes the round strong, potentially a stolen round for Lopez. And now that Lopez is feeling more confident and letting his hands go.
Lopez seems to be fine with dancing around for the first 2 minutes of the round and then starting to come on and try to score and impress the judges, leave them with an impression in their mind as they write down their numbers.
And I think I understand what Lopez's mindset is. He has a puncher in front of him. A lot of times punchers like to load up, throw, and when they miss, they get more and more hesitant. Ooh, good shot upstairs from Lopez. Might be the best round of the fight for Adam Lopez so far.
Well, I honestly thought the last round, at least the second half of the last round, might have been his best round, and he's come on even stronger here in the 8th.
True to form, Adam Lopez finding his rhythm in the middle rounds.
Just like he said.
I've called enough of Adam's fights.
You're blindfolded at this point.
And a funny story with Adam Lopez, actually. He reached out to me 5 or 6 years ago via DM on social media asking me about a diet advice. And I had given it to him, didn't know exactly who he was. A couple years later, I'm calling his fight. I'm like, oh, wait. I went to congratulate him on the DM, and I saw the past conversation we had.
He looks in good shape, so he's taking your advice and heeded it.
Oh, his conditioning has always been fantastic. You need to be, if you're a boxer, if you got good footwork, you got, I think it was a cut on the left eye of Lopez. It's like blood from the mouth of Valdez. I believe there's a small cut near the eyebrow of Lopez.
And Lopez got tagged with a right hand just at the bell to end round number 8.
No es obligación que lo noquees, güey. Está haciendo buena pelea.
This is one of those fights, Chris, that goes to the scorecards. Frankly, I'm not sure which way it goes at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 2 very important rounds left, but I think Valdez is going to need to step on the gas pedal if he's going to hold on to the lead that I have him having. But Adam Lopez seems to be really coming on these last couple rounds.
Come on, baby, let's
Dancing around at the end of the round, circling around referee Alan Huggins.
Oscar De La Hoya ringside.
Sergey Kovalev here as well.
Sergey's in Florida with me, my neighbor.
Oh, there we go. Borrow some sugar or anything like that. Let's get together for potluck.
Borrow some Russian vodka.
Round number 9. Valdez, Lopez, very good fight so far. Could go either way in the final 2 rounds.
Momentum definitely in the Lopez camp right now.
Now Valdez comes on strong. His power punches have been few and far between the last few rounds. Unloads there early here in round number 9. Lopez's corner telling him, stay busy, Adam. Don't forget to throw the punches. That is not a knockdown. That seemed to be the problem for Lopez early in this fight, Chris, is that he got so focused on the cutesy defensive stuff that he forgot to do stuff like that, which was let his hands go.
Again, an issue that Adam has had in many of his close losses. Just starting too late with the offense, that is. Ooh, good sneaky body shot up there from Lopez.
3-punch combination from Lopez on the inside. Valdez comes back. Again, it's those looping hooks.
And we had mentioned how Valdez had stopped Adam Lopez previously in that last fight, but Lopez has been taking these shots very well. Hasn't really seemed to be buzzed.
No, not nearly as much damage as he took in those middle rounds in the first fight in 2019. And again, in that fight, he was training to fight at the weight class below, literally 24 hours prior to the fight, so maybe that played into it as well.
I would certainly think so. Lopez also showed a great chin in that fight with Dog Bang. The right hand for sure.
Now Valdez, another right hand.
It's been a better round for Valdez.
Lopez trying to sneak out of the way before he gets tagged again.
With Valdez, it's really just inactivity. When he is not throwing, he allows Lopez in the fight. Back comes Lopez. Misses with a left hook at the end of the round.
Hey, Mark Wahlberg in attendance, being shown on the big screen here. Oscar De La Hoya not getting a very friendly greeting from the Las Vegas fans.
Still all smiles from the Golden Boy, though.
Va a salir con todo y está perdido, a ver si te agarra un madrazo. Haz lo mismo, ciérrale las salidas y aquí bloqueamelo aquí. Aquí bloqueamelo aquí, búscale. Y búscale el golpe por arriba.
Valdez, the much more effective puncher in round number 9, 16 of 36 punches landed compared to 8 of 44 for Adam Lopez as we move to the 10th and final round. Fernando Vargas, his son Emiliano, victorious earlier tonight.
Scored a beautiful body shot KO.
Ton of talent in that family.
Oh, yeah.
10th and final round between Lopez and Valdez. Oh, and now Valdez trying to pour it on and put an exclamation point on this fight. He doesn't want any questions when it comes to the scores.
You know, Eric, you said something earlier. These guys could fight every 4 months. You'd be happy. I couldn't. I got to second that. I thoroughly enjoy these two guys when they're in the ring together.
Oh, Valdez catching Lopez, and referee Alan Huggins says fight on. Valdez should have taken advantage of it.
Yeah, that was a weird. Oh, he broke his nose.
Lopez thought he got hit by a headbutt. He wanted the fight stopped. His nose concave. Now Valdez finally comes on.
Whoa. Big swing and a miss.
Lopez all out of sorts here, Chris.
Yeah. I think it was a left hook. I don't think it was a headbutt. I have to look at the replay.
Yeah, and I think that's what referee Alan Huggins thought as well. So he said fight on. I was kind of surprised that Valdez didn't jump on it quicker.
Lopez needs to be careful. You see him blowing air out of the nose.
Yeah,
Really damage the nose can really blow up the eyes.
Well, Lopez regroups. Minute 30 to go here in the final round.
Lopez eternally showing his toughness.
Yeah, goodness gracious. Delivers a couple of body shots to Valdez.
You know, that nose is hurt. Definitely curious to see that replay, what exactly went down.
Well, it was interesting, too, because they both stopped.
Yes, yeah.
Both fighters stopped. It wasn't just Lopez stopping. Valdez stopped as well.
Which makes you think maybe it was a head.
Right. Oh, good left hand from Valdez. Oscar on the attack. Valdez has Lopez cornered. And they go tumbling to the mat. What a wild 10th round.
Yeah, that little trip to the canvas helped Lopez gather himself a little bit.
Under 30 seconds to go now. Valdez in charge here in the 10th. Hearing it from the crowd. Big right hand from Valdez.
Yeah, Valdez really been pouring it on.
Another one from Valdez. Oscar, no knockdown, says Alan Huggins. And the fight is over.
What a fight.
What a wild 10th round that was.
Oh,
that
was a headbutt followed by a left hook. Ah, see, Eric, you're right, because they
both stopped, and Alan Huggins was looking right at it.
Interesting. You know it is because the hook was right after. Maybe the ref didn't see it. That's a shame for Adam Lopez, because that really shifted the momentum into Valdez's hand. Although Valdez was having a good round anyway, that really ended the chances of Lopez winning that round.
You're right. Took out any momentum that Lopez had. Just stopped him in his tracks. And again, you're right. You know, Valdez stopped as well. Pretty blatant clash of heads there. So a thunderous 10th round from Oscar Valdez, who started strong, kind of put it in neutral in the middle rounds, and then in the 10th, boy, did he turn it up another notch.
Yeah, I have it 97-93 for Valdez.
Highlights from the 10th round. Big power punches landed. 17 of 45 power punches landed in that 10th round for Oscar Valdez.
Yeah, he dug deep like a champion does. Came out, made a statement in that 10th round. Came out strong in the 9th as well, and he needed it because Lopez was coming on in those middle rounds. Good close to the show from the former champ, Oscar Valdez.
Trying to become champ once again. He's got his sights set on Emmanuel Navarrete. He needed to get past Adam Lopez. We'll go to the scorecards to see if he was able to do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds here inside the MGM Grand Garden Arena, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Max DeLuca scores the bout 98-92. Benoit Roussel scores the bout 98-91. Don Trella scores the bout 97-93. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision, Oscar Valdez.
Right on the money with your scoring there, Chris. Valdez victorious for the 31st time in his career and the second time against Adam Lopez.
The first fight, you said you had compassion for him because you knew his father. This time, when you saw what happened in that last round, you went right after him.
Well, it's a sport, you know. We're just a competition, nothing personal. On the contrary, I love Adam Lopez. I love this father. And got nothing but respect for each and every one of my fighters, man. We just come here and we all try to be the best. So it's nothing personal. Inside the ring, no one's friends. Outside the ring, we could all be friends.
You seem rejuvenated those 13 months off, that power jab. What were you showcasing tonight?
I was just trying to be the better fighter. You know, with a fighter like Adam Lopez with that speed, you know, he can't get too confident. So, you know, I was just trying to be a smarter fighter.
February 3rd, you were supposed to be in the ring with Emmanuel Navarrete. You suffered an injury and you had to wait till tonight. What's next for you, Oscar?
We all want Vaquero, man. Nothing but respect for Vaquero. He's a great champion. Mucho respeto para el Vaquero. Pero todo el mundo quiere ver esa pelea y ahora sí que se haga.
So he wants Emmanuel El Vaquero Navarrete next. Let's hope it happens this year, though.
We hope it happens too, Bernardo, as Oscar Valdez comes out victorious in a unanimous decision victory over Adam Lopez. And now we take a look back at the fight, and you were surprised how quickly Lopez came out of the gate. Had some good rounds early. It seemed like rounds 3, 4, 5 were Valdez's favor, and then Lopez started to pick up the pace again. It was the later rounds, 9 and 10, where it seemed like Valdez said, you know what, enough is enough.
Yeah, on my scorecard, I had the ability for Lopez to actually get a draw going into the last 2 rounds. But Valdez really stepped on the gas and made a statement in those 2 rounds, sweeping those rounds on my scorecard and finishing with that 97-93. But Adam Lopez, in true Lopez fashion, gives a cut account of himself, but just a little too short.
What did you learn about Oscar Valdez in this fight? What questions did you have, and were they answered?
You know, I still think that he's world class, and he showed that. He's got different folds. I always say the champions are the guys who find ways to win. He had a difficult opponent in front of him, like he said, someone who's got good quickness, good hand speed, good foot speed. So he had to be smart and tactical, and he was.
Valdez victorious against Lopez.
The tale of the tape is never the story. Pounds and inches are for scientists. The sweet science is an art. And style, not stature, makes fights. More than reach, rhythm is key. More than height is depth of character. More than power is strength of will. Most elusive is the measurement for heart. For need forged in personal hardship, or desire instilled by voices without or within, there is no instrument for calculating them. So take out the tape to collect the numbers. Use the scale, certainly, to assure parity of weight. But when the counting is done, remember, it's not math, but poetry that makes a fight great.
The main event of the evening, Vasiliy Lomachenko, Devin Haney for the undisputed lightweight championship of the world. And Chris, I know you've been doing your homework, watching these fighters, talking to them yesterday. What do you expect to see from this main event?
This is a complicated fight. Stylistically, it's an interesting matchup. I'm curious to see if Lomachenko can go back to the well one more time and pull out a massive win here against the young, surging champion. but it's a tall order, literally. Tall, long, strong, big. Haney is the bigger, younger, fresher man. But Loma has so much to prove here. He's been walking around with a chip on his shoulder all week, and he's got all the right answers when it comes to saying if he's hungry and he still wants it and still has it. But we'll only know when that first bell rings.
We are moments away as we get ready for both the Ukrainian national anthem and the United States national anthem. Lomachenko coming into this fight 17-2 in his professional career with 11 knockouts. Haney 29-0, just 24 years old, has been fighting as a professional since he was a teen. Fought in Mexico before he could get a license because of his age here in the United States. This has always been the goal. Undisputed champion, fighting the best on the biggest stage, and he gets a chance to complete a bucket list win as he has circled Vasiliy Lomachenko's name, as he said in the fight lead up to the fight, for the last 4 years. He gets his chance to showcase it in front of a sold-out crowd at the MGM Grand Garden Arena here in Las Vegas. Lomachenko, the underdog in this fight, a position he hasn't been in many times in his career. And we will see if, as Chris Algieri said, the 35-year-old Ukrainian has one more big fight left in him. And if he does, how far and where else can he go from here? Lomachenko trying to reclaim his spot atop the lightweight division. Devin Haney looking to make his second defense of his undisputed lightweight championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to now rise, remove your caps, and join lead vocalist from Cirque du Soleil, Mariana Sobol, in the singing of the Ukrainian national anthem.
Як роса на сонці, запануємо ми, браття, у своїй сторонці. Душу й тіло ми положим за нашу свободу і покажем, що ми браття козацького
Mariana Sobol. Please remain standing and welcome recording artist Brandon Brigham as he performs the United States national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight glass gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and rockets the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Much anticipated showdown for all four belts that are currently held by Devin Haney. This is a fight that will validate him as an undisputed champion.
This is just a legacy fight. This is really for the belts. This is really for the gold, the pound for pound, the best in the division.
He wants to prove that he is still the man.
Lomachenko is a legend in the sport.
I go to bed with this dream. I wake up with this dream. I live with this dream.
What a beatdown! Seeing the young master at work. Big right hand! Devin Haney is the king right now.
He's not just going to give the belts away.
He's ready for this moment right now.
Oh, he's got him hurt. Loma's on fire.
What a shot! Oh, big left hook. He don't fight for money. He fights for legacy.
For Haney, this is the most significant fight. For Lomachenko, this is everything for his career.
This is the fight that stamps the term undisputed.
A lightweight king will be crowned tonight here in Las Vegas. A sold-out crowd at the MGM Grand Garden Arena. The undisputed lightweight championship of the world. The undefeated Devin Haney defends his belts against the legend, Vasiliy Lomachenko. The fighters are ready, the fans are ready, and we are ready. Moments away from the opening bell. Haney and Lomachenko coming up next.
over. Ali is the knockout winner.
We welcome you back to Las Vegas, Nevada, alongside the former champ Chris Algieri. I'm Eric Rothman, ringside, as we are moments away from the ring walks for Vasiliy Lomachenko and the undisputed lightweight champion of the world, Devin Haney. And Chris, I ask you this, a blueprint for a Vasiliy Lomachenko upset win is what?
To be Vasiliy Lomachenko from 5 years ago. He's got all the skills. He's done it before. We know about his virtuoso ability to be there and not be there at the same time. He hits and doesn't get hit. The true essence of boxing. He cuts beautiful angles. He has a precise puncher, beautiful jab from the southpaw position, great body puncher as well. Tends to break guys down in rounds go, where he got the name No Moschenko, where he had victory after victory of fighters who were just giving up because he was just so good.
And what's the blueprint for Devin Haney to remain undefeated?
To be Devin Haney. Go out there, use the jab, use your boxing ability. He's a master of distance. The longer this fight is, the longer range this fight is fought at, the slower pace this fight is fought at, the more it favors Devin Haney.
Haney, the bigger of the two fighters at 5'9", a 72-inch reach. A massive reach advantage against the 5'7", 65.5-inch reach Vasiliy Lomachenko. As Vasiliy Lomachenko makes his way to the ring, Chris, at 45 years old, do you think he still has what it takes to get back to the mountaintop one more time?
I believe that he is as good now as he has ever been, but will it be enough? That's the question. I do not have the answer.
We will find out in just a few moments. Vasiliy Lomachenko, the former two-time Olympic gold medalist, the former fighter of the year, the former world champion who has only fought the biggest fighters in the game since he turned pro after an illustrious amateur career, makes his way under the bright lights one more time for maybe the biggest and quite possibly the last big test of his career.
One of the rare occasions in Lomachenko's career where he comes to the ring first.
He has won 3 fights in a row since losing to Teofimo Lopez. 11 of his opponents in his career, only 19 career fights, 11 have been world champions. He fights another one here tonight. The 24-year-old Devin Haney, the undefeated, undisputed lightweight champion of the world, makes his way to the ring. He said he has been looking for Vasiliy Lomachenko for 4 years, and tonight he gets his wish. Will he be able to take down the legend and defend his belts for a second time? Or is he in for more than he bargained for? The biggest test of Devin Haney's career is moments away. Haney and Lomachenko, two titans of the lightweight division, as Haney walks to the ring to defend his championship status. These two, Chris, have never met in the ring before. Their paths crossed before Devin Haney won his undisputed championship championship from George Kambosos because it was Vasiliy Lomachenko that was originally supposed to fight Kambosos before dropping out to go fight for his country of Ukraine in the war against Russia. Haney stepped in. Haney defeated Kambosos not once, not twice. Now Lomachenko has his chance in the ring finally.
And that's why Haney believes that this fight is so important for his legacy. He needs to win this fight to prove that he deserves these titles. And I believe he's absolutely right in that assessment.
It'll be the stiffest test of Haney's career, undoubtedly. He's got 2 wins against Kambosos, notable wins against Jorge Linares, Yorgos Gamboa, Joseph Diaz, but none of those fighters the caliber of Vasiliy Lomachenko. Doesn't matter how old Lomachenko is.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome inside the MGM Grand Garden Arena here in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. This is boxing. This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum. Brought to you this evening by Boost Mobile, money is power. By AutoZone, get in the zone. By Bud Light, the official beer of celebrations. By C4 Energy, energy that hits. And by DraftKings Sportsbook, download the app today. We are sanctioned by the Nevada State Athletic Commission Executive Director Jeff Mullen, Chairman Anthony A. Marnell III. Your ringside physicians, Dr. David Watson, Dr. Damon Zavala, Dr. Raimundo Leon, and Dr. Vicky Mazzorana. Your timekeepers this evening, James Cavan and Steve Mazzagatti. Your judges at ringside, Tim Cheatham, Dave Moretti, and David Sutherland. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Harvey Daw. And now, to everyone here in Las Vegas inside the iconic MGM Grand Garden Arena. And to everyone watching Top Rank on ESPN pay-per-view. This bout is scheduled for 12 rounds for the undisputed lightweight championship of the world. This is boxing. This is Top Rank. And oh, baby, this is the main event. Introducing first, out of the Bud Light blue corner, with his head trainer, Vasiliy Lomachenko. He weighed in at 135 pounds, wearing black trunks with gold trim. He is a 2-time Olympic gold medalist with 396 victories and only 1 defeat as an amateur. As a professional, he enters the ring tonight with a record of 17 victories, 2 defeats, 11 of those victories coming by way of knockout. This future Hall of Famer is the former featherweight champion of the world. He is the former junior lightweight champion of the world. He is the former unified and lineal lightweight champion of the world, making his 16th world title appearance. Pound for pound, one of the greatest fighters of his generation. The man known the world over simply as Loma. Please welcome the fighting pride of Akkerman, Ukraine, Vasiliy Lomachenko! Introducing out of the red corner, the champion with head trainer Bill Haney. He weighed in at 134.9 pounds, wearing blue trunks record. Perfect. 29 fights, 29 victories. 15 of those victories by way of knockout. He is the youngest undisputed champion of the modern era. Tonight, defending all of the belts, making his 7th world title defense. He is the one, the only undisputed lightweight champion of the world, fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, and proudly representing his hometown of Oakland, California. Please welcome Devin the Dream Haney!
Tail of the tape between Haney and Lomachenko. 11 years Lomachenko's junior is Devin Haney. You see the reach advantage, the height advantage, but the world title experience lies with Lomachenko. The question is, Chris, will Haney be able to take advantage of the size he has against Lomachenko, or will Loma have the answer?
Well, we're here, and we're about to find out.
Nowhere else I'd rather be, buddy. Harvey Dock, the third man in the ring. The undisputed lightweight championship on the line. Haney and Lomachenko square off in round number 1.
There's been a lot of talk about the size difference between the two, and that's very apparent right away. Haney taller, longer, wider, heavier.
Despite that advantage, Chris, what makes Lomachenko so difficult?
Well, it's just he's so shifty. I mean, his ability to change range, change levels, cut angles. He throws punches from odd angles, almost similar to how Manny Pacquiao used to punch and catch guys with shots they don't see. Not to mention Lomachenko has phenomenal defense.
And then for Haney, as you heard during the introductions, the youngest unified champion of the modern era. How has he been able to find success on this level at such a young age?
I mean, he's young, but he's been doing it for such a long time. I met Devin when he was about 12 or 11 years old in Las Vegas. He was a gym rat even back then.
And him and his father, Bill, went down to Mexico before he turned 18 so that he could start his professional career. He couldn't get a license in the United States, fighting in bars down in Mexico. That's how badly he wanted it, even as a teenager. And both of these fighters trained by their fathers.
Haney looks a little tight to start. Taking a couple swings and misses that were ill-timed.
Given the size difference, do you feel like Lomachenko has what it takes from a power department to inflict punishment on Haney?
I do. Haney has been shown to be vulnerable. He was hurt in the Linares fight. He's had trouble with southpaws in the past, namely Jojo Diaz. But Lomachenko, he's got a very high knockout percentage. He hits you with shots that you don't see, like I mentioned. And those are the ones that hurt the most.
This is a very pro-Lomachenko crowd. You heard it in the introductions. Haney booed vehemently by this crowd at the MGM Grand Garden Arena. No different than the boos he heard when he was fighting George Kambosos in Australia.
You know, I'm noticing already Lomachenko starting faster than he had when he fought Teofimo Lopez, because Teofimo Lopez had big power. Haney, not the same type of fighter. He's got speed, he's got precision, he's got distance, he's got length, but not the kind of knockout power that Teofimo Lopez possesses.
29 wins, 15 knockouts for Haney. As Lomachenko has him in the corner, and they tie up for the first time. The referee is Harvey Dock, and Chris, we'll get into it, but that's an interesting choice for this fight. And once we take a break here at the end of the first round, I'd love to hear why, as Lomachenko with a flurry here at the end of the first. And Chris, Harvey Doc, a name that we don't see very often here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, he's mostly an East Coast referee. Actually refereed my fight with my world title fight with Ruslan Provodnikov. He's known as a ref that likes to let guys fight. He's the best kind of ref because you don't see much of him. He doesn't impose his will too much. He doesn't change the outcome of the fight. He allows you to fight. Also, does not like a lot of holding. So we'll see if that will play a part in the action tonight.
Vasiliy Lomachenko, Vasily's father, his trainer, Bill Haney, the father of Devin, in his corner, and a replay of some of the Haney punches that landed in round number 1, but it was Lomachenko towards the end that started to come on.
Yeah, he wasn't landing a whole lot, Lomachenko. Neither man did, but he, like I said, he was starting a lot faster than maybe a lot of us expected.
I mentioned that Teofimo Lopez fight that Vasiliy Lomachenko lost his lightweight championship belts and really didn't start coming on in that fight until the 6th, 7th round, and by then it was too late.
Yeah, I was in the room that night. I called that fight. And Teofimo Lopez, I mean, he was throwing some heavy leather, and he's so explosive and fast. I think that Vasiliy Lomachenko was just being very cautious early on, probably too cautious, which cost him the fight.
Lomachenko, the 2nd round now, working on the outside. A bigger, longer Haney standing guard in the center of the ring, pushes Lomachenko back there with a right hand.
Yeah, using that physicality. I like that looping left hook that Haney is throwing. We saw him land that in the 1st round. There it is again. Not really known as a left hook artist is Haney, but utilizing that weapon against the southpaw, being very smart. Because Lomachenko has a tendency to loop that front hand to kind of lull you and then throw shots off of that.
Lomachenko, a trickster. He's got a bag of tricks that he can go to. So experienced, so well versed. Lomachenko slowing down a little bit here in the 2nd round, but as you pointed out, Chris, anything would be faster than what he did against Teofimo Lopez. He is coming off 3 straight victories since that Lopez loss. As another looping left hand lands for Haney, and then Haney goes down to the body with the right hand.
Yeah, Haney's found his range really well in the 2nd round. I gave the 1st round to Lomachenko. I thought that the busyness and the lack of contact led to him taking that round. But here, Haney has found his range and is letting punches go in the perfect position, and he's actually had some success early. Oh, good body shot there from Haney. Smart move.
And now Loma with a flurry up top. Haney caught in the corner. Loma taking advantage, and now backs away after landing some punches.
Good jab from both men.
If you're Loma and you are lacking in the reach department, what can you do to establish that jab?
Well, I mean, he's got a great jab. A lot of times he'll lead with his backhand, split the guard, and come with a jab over the top, similar to that move we just saw there, and he cuts that angle. So he's one of the more effective southpaw jabbers in the world today. Ooh, good shot there from Lomachenko.
Came through with the left hand and connected on the chin of Haney.
Lomachenko starting much faster than I had expected.
Seizing the opportunity, maybe that's what Lomachenko is thinking.
Haney's being very smart going down to the body. Again, not known as a body puncher either, but is utilizing new tactics for the toughest fight of his career.
Lomachenko letting his hands go at the end of round 2. So you mentioned the early, fast start for Lomachenko. In terms of the arsenal he's going to, what are you seeing that's working so far?
So he's not utilizing a lot of the tools that he normally uses. I know him as though throwing the left hand down to the body and then coming back with the hard jab with the top. Haven't seen that just yet, but Haney's actually bending down, and Lomachenko's using nice short uppercuts on the inside. That's probably been the most effective punch that he's landed thus far.
Haney seemed like he had a nice rhythm to the start of that 2nd round, and then Loma kind of cut him off and took control. from what you've seen out of Haney now in 2 rounds? What have you liked? What have you not liked?
You know, I thought he was a little hesitant, a little tight in the first round. He found his range much better in the second round. I like some of the tactics that he's using. He had that counter body shot, which was a really smart move. You wouldn't really think that. He's attacking and focusing on the body. There you see that shot right there. Focusing on the body really well against Lomachenko, which I think is smart because of his shifty head movement.
You surprised that Haney hasn't tried to push Loma around a little bit, use the forearms, use the shoulders, get inside?
Honestly, I think Haney has found that Lomachenko's stronger than he expected. I saw a couple moments where they were in close and Lomachenko was able to hold his ground.
Interesting. Good note, and we'll watch as we move into the 3rd round here.
I really don't like how Haney is getting so low and bending down. Lomachenko's been able to put his weight on his back,
negating that height advantage that Haney has and going eye to eye with Lomachenko. And is that a product of the fact that Haney keeps trying to go to the body?
I think possibly, but more it's he's getting his head over his front foot, which is a bad position to be in when you're getting low like that.
Right. Sit back.
Especially for the lower back, that'll tire out the 12-round fight. Ooh, good counter there from Haney over the top. Devin has had trouble in the past landing the jab on southpaws, so you're not seeing him as busy with that lead hand, but is countering well.
Lunging forward is Lomachenko. Speaking of lunging forward, Haney shoving Lomachenko during the weigh-in face-off yesterday. And you said, when we were talking earlier tonight, Chris, you didn't like that move from Haney during the weigh-in yesterday.
No, I don't like that kind of stuff in general. Save it. You're going to get to punch a guy in the face tomorrow. Save it for then. You know, God forbid something goes wrong, guy twists his ankle or whatever. But also, I think it was a tactical ploy on Haney, Team Haney, to try and get under the skin of Lomachenko a little bit more. Calling him dirty this week, saying he's a dirty fighter. He's always been a dirty fighter. Saying that he's old, saying I'm going to retire you, pushing him at the weigh-in. I think those are all tactics.
Lomachenko warned for hitting behind the head here in the 3rd.
I've never seen someone utilize such a concerted body attack against Lomachenko.
Stop!
So far, Haney has landed 45% of the body shots he's thrown. And a big overhand left from Haney in response to a left hand from Lomachenko.
Yeah, Loma landed a nice uppercut, and Haney came back with a good left hook.
And now Loma has him on the ropes, and every time Loma presses forward offensively, this crowd goes nuts here in Las Vegas. Over the top with the left hand from the southpaw Lomachenko.
Ooh, this is going to be a very interesting fight. These guys are going tit for tat.
Chris, you mentioned some of the things that Haney had said in the lead up to this fight. One of those things that harping on Lomachenko's age, and whether you like to admit it or not, when you, as a fan, you start hearing those things over and over and over again, you start kind of buying into it a little bit. And yet now through 3 rounds, given everything that Devin Haney would have liked you to believe coming into this fight, Lomachenko has looked really sharp.
Oh yeah. I am really impressed with what I'm seeing from Lomachenko. We're looking at the Lomachenko of old. Both men are hitting each other more than either one of them gets hit usually in fights. So I think this is going to turn out to be an excellent fight. But yeah, 35. Listen, it ain't young, especially in these weight divisions, especially in this sport. But Lomachenko looks like he's dug deep and he is really prepared for tonight.
Devin Haney, you mentioned, Chris, his concerted effort going to the body. 11 body shots landed. Those of the 25 total punches he's landed, nearly half of them going to the body.
Yeah, interesting tactic, and I think it's smart. There's another body shot down low from Haney. But again, I don't like that position where Haney gets his head down low. Lomachenko's able to put his weight on his upper back and push him down. I don't care how much bigger you are, that's going to wear on you.
Back-to-back jabs from Loma, and again, Haney goes down low to the body. Loma turns Haney. And a combination upstairs.
See, this is why Loma putting that pressure coming forward. He's not worried about the power of Haney coming forward. Not like he was when he fought Jermaine Ortiz and Teofimo Lopez. Excuse me.
Oh, upstairs for the left hand. Lands for Lomachenko right on the forehead of Haney. Now Haney goes back to the jab. Has not thrown a ton of jabs in this fight. A chance for Loma here at the MGM Grand Garden Arena.
I'm surprised how little that Haney is utilizing the jab and getting so close to the shorter armed Lomachenko. That's why Lomachenko has been able to hit him down the middle with straight left hands and jabs.
Over the top, little check right hook from Loma.
And now it's Lomachenko who's actually putting on the pressure.
One of the things Haney said, accusing Lomachenko of doing was being dirty and punching during the clinch. We saw a little cheeky punch there before referee Harvey Dock was able to get in there.
I think that was more gamesmanship than anything. I think it was planting seeds in the referees and the fans, and also trying to get Lomachenko a little perturbed.
Doesn't seem to have phased the 35-year-old former champ.
That's what I meant by I like the things that he was saying. He was talking the talk correctly, Lomachenko, saying things like, "Oh, that's just talk. Haney always talk."
Oh, great right hand scores for Vasiliy Lomachenko.
You know, and it's those eye-catching shots from Lomachenko that could come back to haunt Devin Haney in these close rounds.
And a tumble to the mat. No harm, no foul. Back at it here with 15 seconds to go in round number 2.
Lomachenko made a nice little wrestling move there.
Yeah.
In fact, got himself in the better position.
2 points.
Yeah, kept his hips up. Very tight. Hard rounds to score.
Very hard rounds to score. And it seems like, Chris, Devin Haney continues to focus on the body of Lomachenko, going low, getting on Lomachenko's level, and he has been landing a lot of those body punches, but is he throwing enough of a variety to where that's sustainable through 12 championship rounds?
Well, that's my point about the eye-catching punches from Lomachenko. I mean, he's landing good body shots, more so than I've ever seen anyone do against Lomachenko, but are the judges seeing those? They're tricky shots. They're good shots, but when you got your head popped back with a jab and you land a body shot, a lot of times it's a lot more visible to see the headshot.
Lomachenko has landed 32 of 168 total punches thrown. Haney 36 of 141. 36 punches landed for Haney, 17 of those to the body. Only 2 body shots landed for Lomachenko. Both are in single-digit jabs landed.
Yeah, I didn't really think the jab was going to be such a big weapon, especially for Haney, because, again, he's not that adept at landing the jab on southpaws, although he uses it well as a rangefinder. Lomachenko does have a great jab, but really hasn't been a weapon here yet.
Lomachenko showing you why he's so elusive. Like a ballerina at times in the ring. Good shot to the body from Haney with the right hand.
Very impressive tactic from a strategic standpoint to go down to the body that way. It's not normally something that Haney does. Lomachenko seems to be unprepared for it.
Left hook and a tie-up by Haney. Good start to this round for Devin.
Some good physicality from Haney there. Put a little bit of a forearm. Nice jabs there. Oh, we try again to the body, misses. Haney needs to tighten that hook up. Ooh, good counter.
Catches Lomachenko on the inside. A little short right uppercut goes back to the right hand for the second time. Now Lomachenko trying to push Haney back towards the corner. Ooh, Haney caught with a stiff left hand before being turned and broken up by referee Harvey Dock. Left hand, right hand to the body from Lomachenko.
See, Haney was really starting to have his way this round, and here comes Loma. This is one of those fights. They're going to go back and forth, back and forth. Ooh, good shot on the inside.
Yeah, inside with the left hook underneath from Haney. Doubling up the jab, straight right, but the answer immediately from Lomachenko.
Haney is admiring his work too much. He lands a good shot, looks at it, gets hit with a jab. See, that was what I expected more from these two because of the size difference. Lomachenko getting caught low and the weight of Haney pushing him down, not the other way around.
Good body shots from Lomachenko.
Haney needs to tighten up those punches. Lomachenko has the shorter arms on the inside, actually has the advantage, is throwing much shorter, tighter punches.
Haney has never been knocked down in his career. Undefeated. 29 fights. Lomachenko, the former two-time Olympic gold medalist, 3-division world champion. Haney getting warned for grabbing the back of Lomachenko's head. And those quick-fire, stiff right hands have been effective for Lomachenko.
Nice feint there from Haney. You know, I've been very surprised. I expected that the pace... expected the pace to be slow would benefit Haney. I'm seeing the opposite. I think when the pace is sped up, it's actually helping Haney. He's getting more done that way. When it's slow, Lomachenko's able to pot shot him and steal moments of the fight.
Is that more of a movement thing because of how well Lomachenko is able to change spaces and angles in the ring?
I think that it's partly because of how hittable Haney has been for Lomachenko. He's standing at the wrong range, he's too close, and he's square. It's allowing opportunities for Lomachenko to pop the straight left hand down the middle, hit him with that jab after he gets hit, like I said, when he looks at admires his work. Yeah. There's opportunities for Lomachenko to bridge that gap.
It seems like as far as distance control, obviously you would think that given the reach advantage of Haney, he would want to be fighting at a distance, but he's kind of gone back and forth. Do you think that that's a concerted effort on his part to do maybe what he thinks Lomachenko thought he was going to do? I'm going to do the opposite, trying to outthink the chess master?
Yeah, I guess we'll never know, but it does seem like there is a strategic effort from Haney and his camp to utilize tools and weapons that we really haven't seen him use that much of. He's not just relying solely on the jab. He's throwing body shots. That was a brilliant body shot to cut off Lomachenko's movement. He's countering to the body, which is a dangerous thing to do because it leaves your head open. More body work.
Half of Haney's landed punches have been to the body. Coming up on 25 for 50.
Yeah, I mentioned that he was landing the left hook early, not a punch that he's really known for.
Left hand scores for Lomachenko. With all that body work that Haney has done, we really haven't seen him attempt a big knockout type punch. Maybe that has to do with the fact that Lomachenko is so elusive.
Haney's not a big knockout punch guy anyway, and he certainly doesn't load up for shots, and I don't think he'd be served well to do that with Lomachenko, who's a defensive wizard.
Lomachenko showing his prowess on the inside, trading punches in the center of the ring, midway through round number 6.
Yeah, on the inside, Haney cannot keep up with the speed of Lomachenko. He's pretty much just throwing single shots, especially to the body. But not a lot of tying up between these guys.
No, not at all.
I had said that Harvey Dock is a great ref because you don't hear and see much on. Great shot there from Lomachenko. And we have not seen much of Harvey Dock at all.
And you see the look from Lomachenko at the cameraman standing in his corner because Haney just hit him with a hook during the clinch, something that Haney said Loma does, which is dirty, and of course eliciting the reaction of a sarcastic Lomachenko after he got popped.
And that's why I said I believe that statement from Haney was gamesmanship. I don't think anyone actually thinks that Lomachenko is a dirty fighter.
Couple of right hands to the body score for Haney.
It's been a very effective punch for Haney tonight. He does those ripping uppercut counters.
And here's Harvey Doc issuing a warning to Devin Haney.
Oh, good hook to jab combination from Haney. Smart move.
This is the 13th jab landed tonight for Haney. 10 seconds to go, midway through this fight. This fight has been world class.
He's bending down, coach. He's bending down. 46. Break it down, baby. Break it down. He's running now. You can't take the body shot. Box him. Keep boxing, guys. Get that fucking body up. Get him the outside. I want you on the outside, and we're going to come back to next. Him on the outside, work the stick. How you feel? Okay. You ready? You want to press him? You ready?
Devin Haney going to work to the body of Vasiliy Lomachenko. Maybe not what we would have expected coming into this fight, but it sure has been effective.
It's been the most consistent and effective weapon for either man tonight, which is a big surprise because Haney, again, not known as a body puncher, and utilizing that in the biggest fight of his career.
Eric Rothman and Chris Algieri here with you ringside in Las Vegas. Round number 7. On the schedule 12 between the undisputed champ Devin Haney and Vasiliy Lomachenko. Good tactical fight so far, very evenly matched.
Watch the clash of heads there. See, I'm so surprised that they're fighting at this range where Lomachenko has the advantage. Haney, I would think, would be punching in that mid-distance range like that. He's allowing Lomachenko to walk in the front door.
And again, a hip toss by Lomachenko, throwing Haney to the side, saying, I don't care, you're the bigger man, doesn't bother me at all.
The body shot there from Lomachenko. Nice sneaky pop shot as he pushed Haney over to the side.
Getting a little chippy here in this 7th round. Nice stiff right hand from Haney, and he goes back to the body once again, right on the belt line of Vasiliy Lomachenko to back it up.
Not only is this fight going to be hard to score because it's so hotly contested, but there's so much emotions from the people at home watching, and everyone around the world, really, between these two. Haney, who's taken the role as the heel, especially this week with the big push, getting booed as he walked to the ring. People are cheering whenever Loma does anything.
And the fact that it's so back and forth. Good combination upstairs for Lomachenko, and a little slip from Haney as he was trying to retreat back towards the corner. And again, Haney gets warned by referee Harvey Doc.
Now, one of the big questions we have about Devin Haney is what's going to happen when he has to really dig deep and he's in a tough, chippy fight like this. Lomachenko, we know, we've seen it. We know how he responds. We have not seen how Haney responds. Oh, big shot from Haney. Check left hook upstairs.
Maybe the biggest punch he's landed in this fight so far.
Ooh, clash of heads there too.
Loma doesn't seem too phased and finishes the round with a 1-2 combination. difficult fight to score so far, Chris, but how do you have it through 7 rounds right now?
I have Haney up by a round.
And we know in the world of boxing, when you have it one way or another by a round, you never know.
Let's go, seconds out.
Yeah, there's a plus or minus 1
margin of error.
Yeah, margin of error in any scoring. I always say, though, calling a fight and scoring at the same time is literally impossible, but we are expected to do it, and we're going to get raked over the coals on Twitter either way. So,
Lomachenko's corner, Chris, we got the translation. Essentially, it was jab, jab, keep jabbing.
And that's not, wow, it's something he's really been doing. I expected more jabs from Lomachenko. More jabs from both men, but Lomachenko especially, because that is one of his best weapons.
Ooh, and a clash of heads there after a double-up jab from Lomachenko. Loma has thrown 133 jabs, landed 12. Haney 120 and landed 14. So the effort's there. The landing is not. Back to the body, chopping down. Goes Devin Haney. Hip check there. These guys have been rough and tumble throughout this fight. As Haney chases Lomachenko with a looping right hook.
Oh, nice chopping right hand there. Partially blocked, but catches Lomachenko on the ear. And he comes right back. Every time Haney lands a shot, Loma comes right back.
Just like that.
Yep. Win, lose, or draw, Haney, I think, is going to learn a lot from this fight and being in the ring with a guy like this. Because Loma just does not allow you to rest.
Back to the body again. That left hand of the body might have been a little low.
Yeah, that one was low. A couple have been on the belt line. That one was especially low. You see the red marks on the rib cage and the flanks of Lomachenko.
You know, he doesn't seem too bothered by it, though. He hasn't made any adjustments to stop it.
No, but that's a good point, Eric.
Up top, right hand scores for Lomachenko and now tries to toss Haney down for a 3rd time.
Yes, those eye-catching shots from Lomachenko, popping the head back of Devin Haney.
And you said it before, and it gets the oohs and the ahs of the crowd, which is not supposed to influence the judges, but, you know, it's tough to ignore.
A lot of the shots that Haney lands, sharp counters, body shots, they don't elicit the same reaction where his head gets popped back, and you see it as easily, but they are still effective.
Loma stalking, final 10 seconds of round number 8.
Good job. Don't change it up. He's one and done with the left hand. He's one and done. Only thing you slide up under it. You see what I'm saying? When you step over there for it, right? If not, you break hand at him. You see what I'm saying? He's curling. He's curling. He's giving up. You hit me with nice body shots. Don't let him steal around. Don't let him bullshit flirt. Break your hands this time. Y'all pick him up there. He got jab in his face. Keep hitting that body. He don't want it. He ready to go. Come hit that body. Attack that side. You got to step over and attack and make it. And listen, when he turns, you jab his pulse. You hear me? When he turns, you jab his pulse. But you got to step over there and press it, though. Do your grip.
Seconds out! Seconds out!
Again, those eye-catching shots. Haney coming in the front door, allowing Lomachenko to crack him with that jab right down the middle. I think Haney just fighting at the wrong distance tonight.
Is there anything that he can do to change that here in the final 4 rounds, or is he committed to what he's been doing?
I mean, I'm not seeing any change in his body language or his stance. He's still coming right at Lomachenko, trying to throw the body, trying to assert his size and his physical size, but not his length, like that. I would expect him to be jabbing like that, but just notice how square he is, walking towards his right. he's making it easy for Lomachenko to land those eye-catching shots that are popping his head up because he is actually fighting square.
Total shots landed 71 of 362 for Lomachenko, 79 of 276 for Haney. Both in the mid-teens in jabs landed. Power punches landed 64 for Haney, 56 for Lomachenko. A pretty even fight now here, a minute into round number 9.
That was the fight in offensive microcosm there. It was Haney with a good body shot and then immediately a response from Lomachenko that pops the head back of Haney. So how do you score that? What do you like better? Do you like the hard-landed body shot or the eye-catching shot that pops Haney's head up?
10-10.
Yes. I have one of those on my scorecard.
That's another eye-popping left hand as it snaps back the head of Devin Haney.
And again, I mentioned it in the Adam Lopez fight. I do not like fighters when they have long hair. It makes every punch look that much more dramatic.
To the body again, but right back. Lomachenko answers. Haney pushed against the ropes for the first time in quite some time.
Very impressed with actually both men, but Lomachenko especially being able to dig deep and to have another performance like this when a lot of people were counting him out.
Absolutely. 35 years old. He lands with the left hand, took time off to fight for his country of Ukraine. Passed up an opportunity to fight George Kambosos to reclaim his undisputed lightweight championship belts that he lost to Teofimo Lopez. Trading punches with Haney here in round number 9.
Okay, see, now when Haney's doing this, oops, still gets hit with a shot though. He's there to be hit. He's fighting a very different fight than we normally see him fighting.
That's what Loma will do, put your brain in a blender.
How do you feel? Great. Okay.
Swelling being tended to under the left eye of Devin Haney.
No, but listen, but that's why I said he's one and done. We already planned for that.
Do you feel like Haney looks a little gassed?
I mean, he's been fighting with his mouth open all night long, but I haven't seen it in terms of his body language, no.
Your break is faster than this, okay? But you got to drop the knee and you sit down on it, okay?
Very even fight as we take a look at some of the highlights from round number 9.
Good exchange there. That straight left hand from Lomachenko followed by a jab up top. Haney came back with a little right hand himself, but definitely Lomachenko got the better of that exchange.
10th round. Eric Rothman, Chris Algieri here with you ringside. The undisputed lightweight championship of the world on the line. Haney with all the belts. Loma wants him back. 3 rounds to go. It's nothing new, Chris, but it's still impressive at 35 years old, the ability for Loma to throw and get out of the way as quickly as he does.
Oh yeah, his reactions, his hand speed, his ability to pull the trigger is definitely still there. And like I said at the start of this fight, you know, you asked me if he still had it. I still think he's as good as ever, and we're seeing it. Question is, will it be enough? Fight still very much up in the air.
Straight left hand. Oh, and now a combination and a flurry from Lomachenko. Lomachenko looking to put the pedal to the metal here midway through round number 10. fans rooting him on. Haney slows him down with an inside check right hook. To the body over the top now from Haney. Good response.
Oh. Nice sharp right hand up top. Ooh, nice inside shot from Lomachenko. He's so good at those.
Loma, like a bullfighter, moving around Haney. Close and personal with 15 seconds to go here in the 10th. Strong start to the round for Lomachenko. Both have taken a bit of a breather here in the final minute of the round.
Yeah, but it was a good round for Lomachenko. He had Haney the closest thing to being in trouble.
To the championship rounds we go.
His left hand, you're doing nothing. But when you slide out, when you're out there, you slide out with it. And you take that long step out. Okay? You know what I'm saying? But you're winning the fight. You're winning the fight.
Given how close this fight has been, Chris, as we take a look at the replay of round number 10, you have to think maybe both fighters think rounds 11 and 12 are must win.
I mean, it has to be. I mean, this fight is incredibly difficult to score. So there can be nothing left to chance. It's way too close. That was the most definitive round that Lomachenko's had all night long. And even that was a close round because Haney came back strong in the second half.
The championship rounds, round number 11. Stiff left hand to start the round for Devin Haney.
And I think, again, either way, when they go back, I think Haney's going to see a lot of opportunities that he could have used that jab more than he has.
Oh! Loma connects with the right hand. And now fighting on the inside.
Loma coming on strong late. True to form as he's done the last couple fights.
Over the top after a left hook. Now Lomachenko.
Haney's hurt. Haney's hurt. His legs are hurt.
Shaky legs. We'll see if Lomachenko can take advantage.
He's just too easy to hit. Lomachenko, he's been allowing Lomachenko in the front door. Fighting him square, trying to be a power puncher. It's not his game.
Lomachenko straight away with the right hand. Over the top with the left. Fighting in a phone booth and Lomachenko taking advantage. Loma showing you age is just a number. 11 years older than Haney. And the willpower here in the 11th.
Yeah, this fight is being fought all in the wrong spaces for Haney, all in the right spaces for Lomachenko. Fighting on the inside, walking in the front door, letting those hands go to those short combinations on the inside.
Loma is in the front door. Can he close it behind him? Haney is swinging the miss with the right hand over the top.
And Haney's trying to answer everything with power. He's not that guy.
Three-punch combination lands for Lomachenko. Straight left off the chin of Haney.
Lomachenko's found his timing, found his rhythm, knows how to get to Haney just too easily at this point. I think if he pours it on, he might be able to get a stop. just off accumulation.
Haney not nearly aggressive enough, and it speaks to the exhaustion.
Yeah, but look how square he is.
Yeah.
He's completely square in front
Big
of his
target.
opponent, and right in the range for Lomachenko.
Under 30 seconds to go in round number 11.
Haney, who has in recent years shown himself to be a master of range, has not been able to find the range with Lomachenko all night long.
And he's been so concerned going to the body that it seems like he hasn't been able to shift his focus anywhere else.
Yeah, no, he's come in with a new game plan, and I just don't think it was a good idea.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside MGM Grand Garden Arena, get up on your feet, get loud. This is the
Hey, listen, stop standing straight up. Drop.
Oh, if Vasiliy Lomachenko can repeat the 11th round in the 12th, he may be looking at reclaiming the undisputed lightweight championship of the world at age 35 here in Las Vegas.
He's pump faking coming like that. He's pump faking. It's one and done. Finish strong. Still with the jab. Still with the jab. Let your hands go. Let your hands go.
Here we see, that's the combination that I spoke about earlier. The left hand straight down to the body, right jab over the top, but it's a power jab. That's been one of Lomachenko's consistent weapons his whole career. We hadn't seen it until late in the fight. And then we saw perfect execution.
Fans on their feet for the 12th and final round. Lomachenko slips. Haney presses forward. Does he have any gas left in the tank? Good shot on the inside from Haney. And Loma comes right back. This fight was billed as a chess match, Chris, and right now it seems like Lomachenko is on the doorstep of a checkmate.
This has been a very high-level chess match. Back and forth. These guys are so evenly matched in so many ways, even though they're so different in terms of the way they look, the way they fight, the way they act. But hotly contested, highly competitive, very difficult fight to score.
Lomachenko has thrown 526 punches to Haney's 374.
Ooh, good shots. Haney's having a good round.
Haney is having a good round here in the 12th. Will it be enough? Slip. Holds his ground halfway through the final round.
Did Haney secure enough of those early rounds to hold on to get the victory? Did Lomachenko start fast enough and win enough rounds that this late charge is going to be enough?
Loma trying to not leave anything to chance like he did against Teofimo Lopez.
We're in a similar situation because Teofimo Lopez came out and won that 12th round, and Haney's doing that as well. Oh, big shot.
Over the top from Haney. 1 minute to go.
One of the better punches of the night for Haney. Both men digging deep. Good body shot on the inside.
That body shot did some damage.
Yeah, that was a nasty shot. Haney's having a great round.
Ooh, goes back to the body again. Again to the body. Haney delivering in the 12th. 30 seconds to go.
Oh, good shot there from Haney. Doing a better job of controlling the distance and tagging Lomachenko as he's coming forward.
Final 10 seconds of this undisputed championship bout. Loma letting it fly. And we go to the scorecards at the MGM Grand. Wow. Both fighters giving it all they had. Both fighters showing why they have been atop this lightweight division. And a tight, close fight to score. We are moments away from hearing the final decision. What do you think, Chris?
I think these guys need 3 more rounds.
Yeah.
This is too close.
Either way, it should be close. We are looking at our partner broadcasters on ESPN. Max Kellerman, the boxing analyst for ESPN, has a close 115-113 win for Lomachenko.
Which is a 1-round difference for the people at home that are doing the scorecards. I have it 114-114 to draw.
Wow.
But I can see it all 3 ways.
Yeah.
I can see Haney ahead by a point. I can see a draw. I can see Loma ahead by a point.
Yeah. Someone's going to be unhappy.
Hotly contested each and every round. It was so competitive.
We are awaiting the final verdict. Two fighters. We take a look at the CompuBox numbers. Volume of punches thrown in favor of Lomachenko. But were they enough? Volume doesn't always mean effectiveness.
I think a lot of it is going to come down to what those judges see when they look at those body shots versus the jabs that pop Devin Haney's head up in the air. Oftentimes body shots do not get the credit they deserve.
Yeah. We go to the scorecards at Mark
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside the MGM Grand Garden Arena after 12 rounds, it is now time for the Bud Light celebration decision as we go to the judges' scorecards. Dave Moretti scores the bout 116-112. Tim Cheatham and David Sutherland both score the bout 115-113. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And still undisputed lightweight champion of the world, Devin the Dream Haney!
And Chris, I have to imagine that the difference on those 115-113 scorecards was the 12th round.
Yes.
If Haney doesn't win the 12th round, it's a majority draw.
Yeah, which is what I had. But, yeah, Lomachenko again, like he did with Teofimo. He allowed Haney to dictate that 12th round. Haney dug deep, like a champion does, and came out and put on a good 12th round.
Fans not happy. Lomachenko not happy. Haney undefeated and undisputed still.
I had Lomachenko taking many of the later rounds, and even gave some of the early rounds to Loma as well, but still.
Devin, very close fight from ringside. How did it feel inside the ring to be in there with Vasiliy Lomachenko?
Say it again, I couldn't hear you.
Very close fight from ringside. What did it feel like to be in there against Vasiliy Lomachenko?
Man, Lomachenko is a future. He's a future Hall of Famer. It was a blessing. But first up, I want to say, Alhamdulillah, thank you Allah for this victory tonight. I just want to thank Allah for this, because without Allah, none of this is possible. Like I said, I got to take my head off to Loma. He's a future Hall of Famer. He's my toughest opponent by far. He's very crafty, and we put on a great fight for the fans.
What was it about Loma that gave you trouble, especially in those middle to late rounds?
Say it again.
What was it about Loma that gave you trouble in those middle to late rounds?
Oh, I mean, he's a crafty fighter. You know, he turns it up in the championship rounds, and I just got to take my head off. He's a great fighter.
Everyone talked about the size, everyone talked about the age, but at the end of the day, what mattered was getting to 30 wins. What did you take away from this victory?
Oh man, it's all experience. You know, me and my team, we're gonna go back to the house, watch the fight, and reflect on it. You know, I've been at 135 for a long time. This is my 30th fight. I've been here at 135 since I was 16 years old. So, you know, we're gonna go back to the lab and figure out what's next.
We've been talking about this may be the last fight at 135. It seems like forever. What was it about tonight that makes you think this may be it?
Oh man, you know, it's always been tough for me to make the weight, and you know, I accomplished everything at 135. I just beat a future Hall of Famer. This is my 8th title defense, so we just got to see. But it's a lot of great fighters still in 135-pound division. So we'll see if it makes sense. Then we'll be at 135.
What fights make sense for you at 135?
We just gotta see. We gotta go back to the drawing board. We got fighters like Shakur. We got fighters like Javante, and the list goes on and on.
Tonight, you remain undisputed. What did this fight do for your career?
Oh man, it put me in the history books forever. I just beat a future Hall of Famer. It means everything to me and my team. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you very much, Devin. We appreciate it. Now we're gonna move over with Vasiliy Lomachenko. Vasiliy, you hear the crowd, the respect they have for the effort. What are your thoughts on tonight's results?
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to say thank you, my God, Jesus Christ. Second one, I wanted to say thank you, big thank you, my team, father, manager, Andre, Katman, my family, my friends, and you guys. You are coming and support us. Thank you very much.
Did you feel like you deserve to be undisputed champion tonight?
I don't want to talk about this. All people see what happened today.
We talked about the size. We talked about the age. What was it about tonight that made you look the way you did? What fueled your fire?
Look, I think I show I can be in the boxing. Now I'm in a good shape, and see you next time.
Do you feel that your dream of being undisputed was stolen from you last night?
Look, I can't talk about this right now, you know. It's not a comfortable moment for me, and thank you for all people who come.
How good is Devin Haney? You've been in against the best. How good is Devin Haney?
Everything was in the rules. Everything was good. It was clean.
But in terms of his skill, his jab, his length, what did you think of Devin Haney, the boxer, tonight?
Look, before I think he will be better, but right now he's a top fighter, he's a good fighter, but he's not pound for pound fighter.
And finally, the future for you, 135 where you are smaller, or 130, what is next for you? Because you're one of the dominant 130-pounders ever.
Right now, I wanted to come back home, support my country, support my Ukrainian Orthodox Church.
Thank you very much. Vasiliy Lomachenko takes the crowd's applause tonight.
A dejected Vasiliy Lomachenko, deflecting most of those questions from Bernardo Osuna. A triumphant Devin Haney paying homage to who he says is a future Hall of Famer in Vasiliy Lomachenko, and walking out the undisputed lightweight champion of the world. Are you okay, Chris, with the decision? And before we get there, Bernardo is with Shakur Stevenson.
He won that fight.
What was it about his performance tonight that makes you say that he deserved the win?
He landed the cleaner punches. He landed the cleaner shots on Dev, and he pushed the pace.
What you saw tonight means that if Devin Haney decides to stay at 135, you could potentially get a shot at the undisputed title. How much do you want that fight?
Let's make it happen. I think that should happen next. I think Devin not on my level, and I'm going to show it.
In terms of what you saw that Devin did well tonight, what can you take away from that?
I feel like he's a tough fighter, but it's a high skill level within me, and I feel like he's not on my level. Bill called me out after my last fight, so now I'm here, and they ran out the ring.
So you have a chance to look right in the camera, because I'm sure they'll see this after. What do you want to say to Devin Haney and Bill Haney?
They just seen me just now. They said something and ran out the ring. They got a little scared.
But you have a chance to say it.
I can't wait.
All right, thank you very much. The undefeated Shakur Stevenson. The future is bright, Joe, at 135 pounds.
So Shakur Stevenson, a monster fight between him and Devin Haney. If it happens, and Chris, let's take a look back at Haney and Lomachenko. As we look back at this fight, are you okay with the decision as to where it landed?
Listen, we talked off air real quick, and I said, like, when I scored it as draw. But I feel like Lomachenko won, even though, you know, obviously he got unanimous decision for Devin Haney. This is one of those fights you gotta go back and watch again. I mean, I spoke about how it's impossible to call a fight and score a fight accurately, although we do it all the time. This is one of those fights you have to watch every second intently in a fight that is this hotly contested. Listen, it's a close fight no matter what. If you thought Lomachenko won, he didn't win by a mile or multiple rounds even. It was a very close fight. So, and we spoke about the one plus or minus, plus or minus one round, how scoring is when you're calling it. But yeah, I don't know. This is one of those fights. It's going to be argued until the end of time, I believe. And you're going to have people on both sides who are going to think, oh, my guy won. But I don't know. Like I said, I feel like Lomachenko deserves a lot of credit for what he came in here and did. He surprised me in a lot of ways. They both did. They both did things I wasn't really expecting. But Lomachenko, I think, he came out, in my mind, victorious.
You cannot overstate enough how important that 12th round was, and how obviously Devin Haney won that round. Maybe of all 12 rounds, aside from the 11th that was very clearly Lomachenko, both the championship rounds, 11 and 12, were very easy to score, and it turned out that the 12th was a decisive one in favor of Devin Haney.
Yeah, we were close to being a draw. It could have been. It's a very, very close fight. Each and every round was hotly contested. Like you said, there was only a few rounds that you really knew who was the clear winner. Yeah. But I got to go back and watch this thing.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. An interesting decision. Maybe a bit of a surprise that it was even a unanimous decision. Either way, you'd think maybe you'd find one judge to score it for the opposing fighter, regardless of who came out the winner, but not the case, as all three judges decide that Devin Haney did enough to retain his undisputed lightweight title here against Vasiliy Lomachenko. We appreciate you joining us wherever you may be watching around the world. A fantastic night of fights from the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas. For my partner, Chris Algieri, I'm Eric Rothman saying so long and good night. We'll see you next time.